State tournament time in Nebraska continues on NET. And today, we honor the young swimmers and divers in Nebraska. The state's best have made it to the NSAA finals in Lincoln after a season filled with hard work, dedication, and many hours of training and sacrifice. And today, we see who goes home with the gold. The NSAA Swimming and Diving Championships are next on NET Sports. NET Sports, Nebraska's home for championship sports, is live from the Bob Devaney Center pool in Lincoln, Nebraska for the 2010 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships. And hello again, everybody. I'm Larry Putney. Great to have you with us here at the Devaney Sports Center pool. Over the course of the next 5 hours, we will crown 24 state champs in Nebraska Swimming and Diving Championships. And if yesterday's prelims are any indication, records once again will fall. My broadcast partner, former Husker and Big 8 champ Matt Ryan. Matt, when we take a look at the team battle, Creighton Prep they're really poised to set history.
They are. They did well enough yesterday. No question they're going to win today. They're going to take it one individual race at a time, one relay at a time. They're vying for that mythical standing nationally. They can score over 400 points today, a Nebraska state record, and they look real good.
On the girls' side, Tracy Stauffer's club looks good again.
Millard West, three's a charm. This will be their third state championship in a row. They swam very well yesterday. No question that they're the favorite running into today's finals.
Third member of our crew, some people call him the nerd of high school swimming. We like to refer to him as the Dick Vitale of high school swimming in Nebraska. Here's Ray Huppert. Ray.
Hey, wait a second, guys. Where's the respect? I'll tell you what, I got the best job in the world. I get to interview all the winners. And Larry, you talked about records being set yesterday. Andre Wilt set a record for Creighton Prep in the 100 backstroke. Can he break it again? On the boys' side, Ryan Bubb from East is the only other swimmer other than Creighton that qualified first. It's going to be great individual swimming. On the girls' side, from Millard West, Shannon Guy. Here's a young lady that could be the first swimmer in the history of Nebraska State High School to break her own state record 4 years in a row in the 100 butterfly. We've got some great swimming, and I'm going to bring the up-close and personal talks with the individuals to you.
And as always, Ray will do a great job with it. The State Swimming and Diving Championships. It's all coming up next on NET Sports.
Soy biodiesel from Nebraska soybeans lowers our dependence on foreign oil. It has properties that reduce engine wear. And it burns without harmfully polluting the atmosphere. The Nebraska Soybean Board encourages the use of soy biodiesel.
You can see it on the horizon. Nebraska's landscape is changing. Wind has been a part of Nebraska Public Power District's generation mix since 1998. NPPD supports the development of wind power generation in the state. But wind is variable and does not produce electricity 24/7. Other generation resources like coal and nuclear will remain necessary. Nebraska Public Power District, always there when you need us, together with your local public power utility.
Everyone has a goal. At First National Bank, we have the people and products to help you achieve yours. We've been right there with you every step of the way for more than 150 years. First National Bank, one with you.
Nebraska Stories Online lets you find out more. Log on to netnebraska.org/Nebraska Stories.
NET Sports coverage of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships is being carried live over the internet. So if you have friends or family who'd like to watch today's state finals and they might not have access to NET, have them log on to netnebraska.org and click the live webcast tab. They'll be able to watch all the action live on their home computer. Just another service of NET Sports. Great to have you with us here at the Devaney Sports Center pool for the State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. As you know, a consolation final precedes the championship final. So let's get right to it. Event number one, the girls' 200-yard medley relay. This, the consolation final. Scotts Bluff in lane 3, Kearney is in 4. Omaha Burke in lane 5, Northeast will be in lane 6. Millard North in lane 7, and Omaha Skutt Mount Michael in lane 8.
You know, the teams want to start off real strong by having a good performance in this relay. Relay points are double the individual events. So very important to score as high as you can in these consolation finals.
And of course, the medley begins with the backstroke. Then they switch to the breaststroke, the butterfly, and the freestyle. And to Matt's point here in the consolation final, you get a little bit of bonus points for finishing 7th, 14 points for finishing 7th overall. The winner of this heat would finish 7th overall. So 14 points in the team standings at stake.
Exactly. You're going to see a big transition. The team that's in the lead, say, after the backstroke, there could be another team that has a tremendous breaststroker. So the lead changes throughout the relay will change greatly.
And that's Kearney in the lead after the backstroke, up in lane 4. Right there with her in lane 5, Omaha Burke. The Burke team consists of Taylor Rieselman, Mary Leonard, Natasha Postuma, Hannah Evans, Samantha Plagy, Shelby Sisson-Carl, and Keely Emmett.
We're going to see a nice opportunity to watch the exchanges on these relays. The swimmer, the breaststroker, entering the wall, has to touch before the toes leave the starting block for the next swimmer. They can be out over the water, they can leave a little bit early, but they have to have some part of their body still on the block before the swimmer leaves.
Great exchange by Scotts Bluff in lane 3. The Scotts Bluff team of Taylor Counter, Madeline Hutt, Karen Shedd, Trinity Counter, Jessica Woolsey, Brittany Walker, Lacey Keppen, and Molly Beatty. But now in lane 4, beginning to pull away, or lane 5, is Omaha Burke.
Right down to the freestyle race, we've got Northeast in 6 and Burke in 5. Both have very good sprint freestylers. Northeast has a little bit of an edge going into the wall.
So down and back, this for the consolation final championship. In lane 6, Lincoln Northeast with the lead. And Lincoln Northeast will touch first.
And look
the
at
Rockets
that. In second place. That was Millard North coming on strong on that final leg to take that second place finish.
So out of lane 7, Millard North second. Third in lane 5 was Omaha Burke. So the consolation final goes Northeast, Millard North, and Omaha Burke. 14 points to the team of Lincoln Northeast. One more look.
Look at this finish. Very nice, staying in the middle of the pool, keeping a good body line, and a great finish. Northeast taking that consolation final. We've got the championship final coming up, Larry. I think it'd be fun to watch in lane 5, Marion, your top seed. You're going to see different types of backstroke starts. Marion has a little bit different technique being used, a little bit more current. You're going to see the backstroker, rather than curling up and tightening their chin down to their chest, they're going to come upright and vertical with the water. A little different start.
There you see your lane assignments. Marion in 5, Millard West in 6. Also a contender in lane 4 would be Omaha Duchesne. Duchesne Academy 3rd last year. There's the state record in the 200 medley relay held by Millard West, set it back in 2003. Omaha Marion, the defending state champ in this event. Lindholm, Baldwin, and Fee were all on that team last year. They are all swimming today.
Millard West is motivated for this race. They want to start this meet off right and set the tone for the rest of the meet. And I got news, they're ready for a state record to start this meet off.
Aaron Olchen with a great leg to lead it off for Millard West. They finished 2nd last year. Ilg and Guy were on that team. They're back this year, and Millard West with a big lead in lane 6 in the water now. Karen Ilg.
Millard West very versatile in who they can swim in these different legs. Shannon Guy is an excellent breaststroker. They chose to go with Ilg in the breaststroke, and she's your current leader.
So Karen Ilg with a big lead, almost a length. She will hand it off to Shannon Guy. Shannon Guy in the fly in lane 6 with the big lead. The battle for second right now to Shannon Westside.
Shannon Guy looks real strong. Her stroke is very smooth. I'm anxious to see her split in this relay to see what we can look forward to in that fly race. Looks like she was about 25 high.
Now Julie Pingilly in the water for the Millard West Wildcats. And the Wildcats pulling away.
Not even close. They're going to get a state record. Look at second, Shannon Marion. We've got a great race. Marion taking a slight edge at this point.
Millard West touches just off state record time, but the battle for second goes to Marion. Third in lane 4 was Omaha Duchenne. So what a swim by the Millard West ladies. They finish in first, a time of 146.97. That's about a half second off the state record set by Millard West back in 2003.
Look at the finish, not even close. Excellent, excellent finish. A little bit of a glide into the wall. They were just off that state record.
So Shannon Guy and her Millard West teammates. Shannon in her senior season looking for big things later in this meet. We'll talk about those later, but she gets another gold here at the State Swimming and Diving Championships. So now we move to the second event of the day. This is the boys' consolation in the 200-yard medley relay. In lane 3 will be the Panthers from Norfolk, the Knights of Southeast in 4, Elkhorn is in 5, West Side in lane 6, Southwest of Lincoln in lane 7, and Lincoln Pius the 10th with a new swimming program in lane 8.
It's good to see Lincoln Pius, a fairly new high school team. Welcome to the state meet, making the finals in this 200 medley relay.
So ready to go here in the consolation final of the boys' 200-yard medley.
You know, we've got Elkhorn in 5, West Side in 6. Larry, remember, it was just a few years ago these two teams were swimming together.
And what a powerful team that was for West Side and head coach Doug Krecklow. And he had both of those teams together.
Elkhorn was just starting off with their high school team and chose to partner up with West Side for a while until they were able to have their own pool and their own team, and here they are, lead in the consolation final.
In lane 5, that's Elkhorn out early. Mike Stein, John Overman, Alex Hayes, Jay Nelson, Cole Kittebeck, Nick Kirkland, Alex Rucker, and Andrew George, part of this relay team. And of course, only 4 of those swimmers actually in this relay, but they can use any combination of those 8 that they've submitted.
Each coach will submit 8 names to participate on these relays, and they can make the decision right up to race time to swim any 4. Once they swim a relay in the preliminaries, they're locked into that relay, though. So you're going to see some coaches, they hold swimmers back so they can decide which relays to swim to their advantage.
Elkhorn touches first, but a great exchange by Lincoln Southeast, and now it's Elkhorn and Southeast 1-2. The Antlers still with the slight lead. Also to the bottom now in lane 6, Omaha West Side beginning to make it a run. West Side moves up into second.
Southeast has got a strong anchor leg with Morrow swimming that anchor.
So in lane 5, Elkhorn still with the lead. Jack Morrow swimming the anchor for Southeast in lane 4. But Elkhorn still with the lead, being pushed by West Side in 6.
They held Morrow off of this relay's play on the other 2.
So the finish goes Elkhorn, West Side, Southeast in this consolation final.
Here comes the finish. Real important to be fully extended, arms at full length. Very nice finish. Timed the wall well. And there they are. You can see the Creighton Prep boys getting ready for this race.
Well, the girls champs in the 200 medley relay. They're the champs, and they are with Ray Huppert. Ray.
All right, thank you. With us, a very happy Millard West, Erin Olgen, Karen Illig, Shannon Guy, and Julie Pengilly. Congratulations, girl. What a great swim. Did you realize you were that close to the record?
I didn't even look at the clock till the end. Like, the important part is just like finishing, and I think we were just more excited about finishing first before looking at the time.
Now, Erin, you're the leadoff swimmer, the backstroker. What's so important for you?
Just to try to get a good lead for the team here.
Shannon, you're an old pro at this. You're the senior. Of course, you've won so many golds. What does this mean to get ready for your butterfly?
It's just a good lead off. I wanted to do this for the team, and I'm just ready for the fly. I can't wait.
And Julie, anchoring, you had a wide open lane, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I'll tell you what a great swim by the Millard West ladies. What a great start to a good state meet. Congratulations.
All right, thank you very much, Ray. So the Millard West ladies open it up. They're the favorite here today to take home the team championship, and they started off with a big win in the girls 200 team medley, the 200 medley relay. 32 points for finishing first in the medley, and as you said earlier, Matt, the team points doubled in a medley over an individual race. Omaha Marion, the runner-up.
Well, and it was important for Marion to get second in that race because I think it's going to swim straight out. Millard West, no doubt, the favorites to win the championship. Marion's got to come back today and perform if they want to keep a second-place finish because Deschen's ready to swim.
So once again, the time of 146.97. Just 6/10 off of the state meet record set by Millard West back in 2003. That was a dynamite team of C.J. Bray, Caitlin Arntz, Bailey Ingalls, Emily Pufall. Certainly remember those in the lures of Nebraska high school swimming. But here are your champs, the Lady Wildcats from Millard West and head coach Tracy Stauffer. And we will see the typical headbutt from Stauffer as he puts the medal.
The old football coach, Tracy Stauffer, he's got to give them the headbutt after they get the gold medal, and he's got 4 of them to look forward to here.
Tracy right there in the black shirt, and here comes the headbutt. There it is. Tradition at Millard West, and Tracy Stauffer, who's been now coaching at Millard West for 15 years, 24 years as a head coach overall, and certainly done great things with that program at Millard West.
He's getting a little soft in the years.
Is that right?
Well, it's not near as hard. He must have knocked one of his kids out before that he's going easy on him.
There's still swimming to come, right? Is that maybe? So here's a look at the finals, and you see the time of 146.97. Omaha Marion finishing in second, Duchesne third, Westside fourth. Ralston, Omaha, Gross in fifth, and Lincoln East finishing in sixth in the championship final of the 200 medley relay. So that's event number 1 on the girls' side. It is complete. And now we move to the championship final of the boys' 200-yard medley. And what a race this turned out to be last year between Lincoln East and Creighton Prep. And you see those two teams right beside each other in lane 4 and 5. Again, this year, Millard West will be at the top of your screen. At the bottom, Millard South, McLean La Vista, and Kearney.
This shows you the depth that Creighton Prep has. We're seeing a whole new lineup on the medley relay today. 4 different swimmers. And this team, I think it's just a matter of how much they break the record by.
Well, we talked about last year, you see the state record held by 2 teams, both in 2009, which you're right, that means a dead heat last year for the championship in the 200 medley. Lincoln East and Creighton Prep. Keep an eye on that 135.29. As Matt said, that could fall. And already in lane 4, out early,
that's Andre Wilt.
So Andre Wilt gives Prep the lead, and now in the water for Creighton Prep, Stephen Hansen.
It's real nice to get a lead and get clean water in front of you. When the swimmer's coming into the wall and we have these exchanges, it gets real wavy for that second, third on swimmer.
Lincoln East right there in lane 5, not letting Creighton Prep get too far away. And remember, this Lincoln East team that set the state championship record last year, all 4 swimmers returning from that team. Alex Jacobson in lane 4, the senior for Prep.
Great dolphin off the wall for Alex Jacobson. He just expanded his lead.
He will hand it off to Nick Bowens, the junior. Keep an eye, remember 135.29 the state record, and he's got clean water in front.
Good turn, gets down low under the wake. Came up pretty quick off the wall.
Lincoln East will finish second, but the question is, will Prep get the record? 134 is the record. They got it. A new state record for Creighton Prep in the 200 medley.
They just smashed the state record. Every year, you think, how can this team go faster next year? And Tom Beck reloads that relay and just smashed the state record by 2 seconds.
133.12. It was better than a 2-second drop.
That second place finish was just off of the state record. That tells you how good both of these teams are.
135.77 for Lincoln East in finishing second. Third place, Millard South. So Creighton Prep starts out with a bang in the 200 medley, not only winning it, but setting a new state record. We said off the top, we thought state records would fall, and already a relay record has fallen, and we may see more of that from Creighton Prep throughout the day.
No doubt. Sure gets them psyched up for the next race.
Well, if you'd like a DVD of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships, log on to netnebraska.org and click the Shop NET tab. Or you can call 800-868-1868 and relive this year's exciting championship for years to come. NET is Nebraska's home for sports.
This is the consolation final of that 200 free.
Air lane assignments, the 200 free. Amanda Downing in 3, Elena Blair in 4, Molly Kroger's in 5, Phelps is in lane 6, Alex Gross is in lane 7, and Miranda Vlock-Buller in lane 8. The 200-yard free, third event of the afternoon.
Larry, I think this is probably the most challenging race that you'll see today. It's 200 yards, 8 lengths of the pool, and anymore, it really is a sprint, but it's got to be controlled. Real important for these swimmers to get out that first 50 and start establishing themselves into a nice rhythm. And those the middle 350s, they're trying to get all 350s very tight within just a few tenths of each other to try to win this consolation final.
And that's Elena Blair in lane 4 with the lead right now. Right beside her,
you'll see that
their
kick is a little bit less during that first 150 of the race or so. So the last 2, they're going to bring the legs in real strong. We've got a great race between lanes 5 and 6 right now.
In lane 5, that's Molly Kroger from West Side. In lane 6, Lindsay Phelps from Papillion La Vista.
Everybody swims it different. You're going to see some swimmers decide to kick it in and go for the win at an earlier time, and it's a little bit of a chicken race of who's going to kick it in at the last minute. And there it is, lane 5. You see her legs coming in a little bit stronger, trying to make her move.
That's Kroger in lane 5. Lindsay Phelps below her, the junior from Papillion La Vista. Kroger with the best time of these swimmers in yesterday's prelims.
Kroger moved to the outside, and on that last 25, she's right in there.
And touching first in lane 5 was Molly Kroger. So Kroger, Phelps, and at the top, Downing in lane 3 finishes third. So that's the consolation final. There's consolation final winner, Molly Kroger.
Here at the finish, you'll see, keep that stroke rate real steady. Kroger was a little bit short on the wall, but she still was able to finish strong and get that first place for the consolation.
Let's go down to Ray Huppert with some more champions. Ray.
Well, not only champions, but record setters. Creighton Prep's 200 medley relay, consisting of Andre Wilt, Stephen Hansen, Alexander Jacobson, and Nicholas Bowens. My goodness, guys, not only did you set the record, you shattered it. It went from a 135.29 to a 133.12. Now, of course, Andre, you set a record yesterday in the backstroke. You're the leadoff man. Yeah. It was so important for you to get a good lead, huh?
Yeah, I tried my best because on this relay, I'm for the team. And I do my best to give my best time for the team. And we did that as a team.
Now, of course, Andre, you are a junior. And Stephen, you're a junior. Have you guys been working for 3 years off each other?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, completely. Yeah, we do relay exchanges like a lot during practice, and I'm just always working with him, and he's working with me. It's really nice.
Hey, Alexander, how important is it for you to get clear water when you're diving in?
Oh, it's really important. You know, clear water is you just want to go out and get your fastest, and clear water really helps that. You don't have the waves of everyone else, so clear water's crucial.
And Nicholas, this is a great accomplishment. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm so excited. It's my first year being on a finals relay. I really enjoyed it.
I'm sure we're going to see a lot of you up here again. Congratulations to Creighton Prep.
All right, thanks very much, Ray, and congratulations to Creighton Prep. They are starting off this state meet, letting everybody know they intend to set a few records, and they certainly did that here in the first relay of the afternoon. They make it morning. We're in the morning now.
Well, and Tom's got to feel real good about starting off with that kind of a swim, new state record. That really gets the whole team juiced up and ready to swim those individual races and just taking it one step at a time towards that ultimate goal of 400 points.
So here are your champions, the Creighton Prep Junior Jays, as Tom Beck, the head coach of Creighton Prep, awarding the medals to his team. Tom Beck, a former state champ in his own right, relay and individual high school All-American back in his day as a swimmer. Tom Beck now a head coach for 21 years at Creighton Prep, and boy, does he have a squad there. He had kids who qualified to come down to state that he just didn't have enough spots to bring them.
You know, the ultimate sacrifice, there's a lot of kids that are sitting at home that could be here today.
So Creighton Prep wins at Lincoln East, finishing second, Millard South in third, followed by Papillion, La Vista, Millard West, and Kearney. So now our first individual championship final of the day. The 200-yard free on the girls' side. Championship final in lane 3. Meredith Colombo of Omaha Duchesne. Elizabeth McGinn finished second last year. She's a junior from Millard West. From Marion, Christy Kunkel from Duchesne in lane 6. Grace Rayner. Fawn Weil is in 7 from Millard West. And Claire McKay, the senior from Marion, in lane 8. Your defending state champ is in lane 5. That's Christy Kunkel.
Omaha Marion. This is an important event for Marion to establish themselves and stay in that team hunt. I think you're going to see Christy dominate this race. It's going to be a super swim, I think, for second and third.
State record held by Jen Kocius, set it back in 2004 from Omaha Marion, a time of 1:49.87. Kocius, of course, went on to swim at Northwestern, and she really owned this event for 3 straight years out of Omaha Marion. And now another.
I really like the stroke rate. Christy Kunkel, our current lead swimmer, she's got a very steady swim. She's strong under the water. You don't see her exerting too much energy. She looks very strong right now.
The top 3 finishers last year in this event are in the water now. McGinn finished second. Kunkel was your champ, and Raynor finished third, and they are in lanes 4, 5, and 6. And you can see Grace Rayner beginning to push Christy Kunkel just a bit.
This third 50, I really think, decides who's going to win the race. Whoever can own that third 50 is going to take control of the rest of the race. Grace Rayner is really swimming well in lane 6. She is vying Christy. She wants that state championship.
Rayner out in front right now. Rayner is in lane 6. Kunkel in lane 5. In lane 4 is McGinn.
But Grace Rayner's in control right now and in the driver's seat. Let's see if she's got enough for that last 50 to hang on.
So here we go. Rayner with the lead. Kunkel The defending state champion lane 5 is now in second place. They'll turn for home the last 25. Rayner and Kunkel right beside each other.
Christy had a great turn right there. Nice kick off the wall. Grace may have made her move just a little early, but let's see the finish.
Right at the finish, Kunkel and Rayner touching first. It's Rayner. Grace Rayner from Duchesne Academy takes the championship.
Our first upset of the meet, and it's Grace Rayner. What a tremendous swim.
A time of 1:53.71.
Here we are at the finish. At this point, I think Christy had a bit of an edge, but that last kick by Rayner, and look at how she extends the arm. This looked like a Michael Phelps 100 fly.
Wow.
From view, it looked like Christy, but underneath, it's a little different.
But it looks like the touchpad on the score is malfunctioned in terms of time as well.
Yeah, that was not Christy's time that currently is displayed. In view, it looked to me like Christy out-touched Grace. They both swam an excellent race, but it just looked to me like from view, Christy had that swim.
Let's see. So we will revisit that as the meet officials go over that one more time, because obviously there was a touchpad malfunction. But needless to say, Kunkel and Rayner very close on that touch.
They have a formula. When these types of things happen, when the touchpads malfunction, they have set rules for these types of situations. They have a formula that they use the backup buttons. There are electronic buttons that the officials behind the blocks are using, as well as stopwatches that are secondary. And then on the sides of the pool, they also have place finish judges. Those are visual judges like what we just did on the screen to watch who was the actual winner of the race.
So I want to remind you, our lineup of NSAA championship events continues in March on NET Sports. You can be with us for live coverage of both boys and girls NSAA state basketball tournaments from right here at the Devaney Sports Center. The girls state finals take place next Saturday, and the boys championship finals Saturday, March 13th, with action in all 6 classes, and all in beautiful high definition on NET HD. Just a reminder, NET is Nebraska's home for sports.
You know, we get so spoiled relying on electronics for these meets, and unfortunately water and electronics sometimes don't go together real well.
Right.
These pads have been sitting in the water overnight, all day yesterday, and unfortunately these types of situations come up from time to time.
So obviously the officials going over it one more time, double checking the times. Rayner appeared to, according to the scoreboard, have touched first, but
yeah,
with the eyeball, it looked like Kunkel might have just touched a bit closer.
Well, there was no question that third 50, Grace inserted herself into that race. She was real strong and you know, was right there. But I think, look at this finish. You'll see Christy, right now it just has a little bit of an edge, but Grace is coming on strong. I really think visually, it looked to me like Christy touched first, a close second.
And you can see those judges in the background if you saw it to the right of your screen. Not only did they have a handheld touchpad, they also had a stopwatch. Here's a reverse
different angle. Here again, right down to the arm stroke.
Boy,
it's hard to tell because Christy's arm's under the water and Grace came more over the top. But I still think that this is one they're going to have to sort out.
And it looks like, based on that reaction from Christy Kunkel, that here. It looks like from that reaction of Christy Kunkel that she might have indeed taken first.
She's so positive all the time, you never know. But there's the coach. He's happy, so that's a good sign for her.
Well, it certainly was a tight one nonetheless. So we will sort that out and get the results for you when we talk with the champion here in a bit. Let's get the boys' consolation underway in the 200-yard free in lane 3. And From Lincoln East, Ian Cadu. Blake Fredericks is in 4. Miles Hector in 5. Jeff Leibov in lane 6. Jared Kerr is in 7. And Tyler Mills of Southwest will be in lane 8.
This consolation final will be a fun race. You know, you've got 3 Lincoln kids that they grow up together, swim together and practice many times and swam many meets together, and here they are at the high school state championship. I'm sure Creighton Prep, it gets difficult for Creighton Prep when you're in first place, second place, or if you're leading the consolation final. You know, your objective is to maintain position. You can't improve place in this case.
And we've been told they're changing out one of the touch pads for obvious reasons. I want to remind you that NET is your ticket to exciting sports action right in your living room. You can help us deliver inspiring sports programming by joining the NET Sports Partners Club. Your contribution will help us ensure that your favorite sports programs continue for years to come, and you'll also receive some great thank you gifts with NET's appreciation for your support. You can log on to netnebraska.org/sports partners and become a member today. So they're changing out the timing pad. Just a reminder that Creighton Prep.
We've got a nice view of the crowd there. You know, this is the Meet Larry that sells out year after year. It's one of the toughest tickets to get in swimming, and we are really fortunate. I don't think we realize what we've got going in Nebraska. There are very few states that get the following that we have, and we're fortunate to have NET to broadcast this event live. There are many states that doesn't happen. Sellout crowd year after year, and thank heavens NET is able to broadcast it for those who couldn't get in today.
Well, each state qualifier receives just 3 tickets. So if you've got a mom and dad and 3 brothers that all want to come watch you swim, somebody's staying at home watching it on NET. 3 tickets per state qualifier, and as we said, it is sold out every year. There's a look at the Creighton Prep fans who are excited that it looks like Christy Kunkel has won that 200-yard free. We don't have official word yet, but based on her reaction and her coach's reaction, it was good news coming her way.
Hey, great party. Oh, thanks. What hamburgers? Medium well. This is well done. No. That's medium well. What? Are you calling me a liar? This thing is practically burned. That's it. You're not going to come to my house and tell me how to cook a hamburger.
You wouldn't do it there.
You gotta be crazy.
So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
So the 2010 State Swimming and Diving Championships from the Devaney Sports Center pool. As we still wait on the equipment malfunction, switching out a touch pad so they can get the timing going. Millard West going for its 3rd straight state championship. Tracy Stauffer's squad has won 2 in a row. And Creighton Prep comes in the clear favorite. We maybe haven't chronicled it enough, but 32, they are in the final. 30 of their 32 swimmers events, they've qualified for either the consolation or the finals.
You know, and you talked a little bit about the swimmers who are at home. That's the ultimate sacrifice. When kids go to Creighton Prep, good swimmers that they have, they know going into it that there's a good chance they could qualify for state and in some cases score at state, but still not be on this team. You know, that is the ultimate team player to want to be a part of that program and be a part of this state championship and a top 10 national team. You know, I'll tell you, hats off to Tom to juggle that. Those are difficult decisions, and you envy him for having that many great swimmers, but I know that it just kills him to have to tell a kid that he's not going to be swimming today. Good side of the West Side swimmers, taking it easy, getting rested for that next race.
And we just now did get official word that in the 200-yard free, your state champ from Omaha Marion is Christy Kunkel. So Christy Kunkel with back-to-back state champs. She won it as a sophomore and now wins it again as a junior. And you see them pulling out that touchpad there, and they will.
You see the water draining out of the bottom of those pads. That's what I was talking about earlier. That you get electronics and water. Over time, there's rust. It'll be nice to get a new timing system here.
And with a break in the action, good opportunity for you to log on to Facebook today, search NET Sports and become a fan. You can leave questions, comments, and discuss your favorite sports around the state with other sports fans. It's fast, fun, and easier than ever to communicate with others just like you. So log on to Facebook real soon and become a fan of NET Sports. And you know how many fans sit and watch sporting events now with the laptop open, and they're, you know, the Super Bowl and the Olympics. Found that better than 40% of the people watching those two events and logging on, getting their information.
I think I know of two right now.
That's right.
Kelly Kunkel and Billy Kunkel are watching their sister. They were probably just nervous as could be watching Christy's finish there. So I know they're there. Christy and Billy. Mom said it's okay to watch Christy's events, but go study at the library when the meet's over, okay?
And so now you're seeing the process of pulling out one of those touchpads and putting another one in. There's Dave Peters, the head coach at Lincoln Southeast. Peters is in his 12th year in the white shirt, and then being assisted by the facilities crew here at the Devaney Sports Center. Greg Fleming along with him from Lincoln East.
They also use a lot of silicone gel on those connections to try to get rid of the extra water that can impact performance.
Well, as they continue to work on the timing issue, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have the boys 200-yard free. We'll take a brief break, and we'll be back at the 2010 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships.
Programming made possible by Time Warner Cable, inspiring young people to build the skills they need in science, technology, engineering, and math to become the problem solvers of tomorrow. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
You're on vacation in the mountains. You've got the kids, the dog, and your tent. Your son says, hiking is lame, so you try rock climbing. It ends up being harder than it looks. Now you're in the hospital wishing you'd stayed home. But you've got Blue Cross and Blue Shield, so you know you're covered, even though you're out of state. So you relax, which is why you went on vacation in the first place. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska. One less thing to worry about.
Hey, college doesn't just happen. You have to push yourself as you go through high school. Don't be afraid to take classes like Algebra 2, Biology, or a foreign language. They can help raise your ACT score and prepare you for college. I wasn't the smartest kid in high school, but I took the top classes and I passed. So what are you waiting for? Push yourself over to your counselor's office and sign up for them. They won't be easy, but you'll be glad you did.
Or watching NET1 and NET HD.
Thanks to the personal investment of more than 1,800 Sports Partners Club members, NET will deliver over 200 hours of exciting sports action this year. Who else brings you Husker Volleyball, Big Red Wrap-Up, and all of the other outstanding college and high school sports action to every home in Nebraska? NET is Nebraska's home for sports, and sports partners like you make it happen. Log on to netnebraska.org/sportspartners and explore the many benefits of joining the Sports Partners Club.
Malfunctions have been taken care of, and we are now ready for the consolation final of the boys 200-yard free. Ian Canoe will be in lane 3 from Lincoln East. In 4, Blake Fedrick. Miles Hector in 5. Jeff Liboff is in lane 6. Jared Kerr is in 7. And Tyler Mills of Southwest is in lane 8. Consolation final, boys 200 free.
Well, I tell you, it's challenging for these swimmers to have that kind of a long break. You're ready to go, the bodies are ready to swim, and then you have that kind of a break like that. It can disrupt you a little bit. So hopefully the boys got settled down now and ready to swim. So pretty even off the start. Here's a good example. You got a nice camera shot showing you'll see different stroke rates. The Creighton Prep swimmer is a little bit slower in their strokes. Some of the other swimmers are sprinting a little bit harder. The rotation of their arms is a little bit faster.
This is the one event where the swimmer kind of a controlled pace, but it's not a sprint, but
well, you know, anymore they're finding that you really need more anaerobic capacity for a 200 free, because these kids are getting done, say at 142 and less. That is a sprint. There isn't enough time to get into oxygen debt. Nice lead swimmer there with 50 to go.
Jeff Leibov, the senior from Millard North, in lane 6 with the lead.
Closing the gap a little bit. We've got the nice turn there on Creighton Prep coming off of the wall.
In lane 6 still. Jeff Leibov will touch first, and he will win the consolation final. What? 50 more. I got about a length ahead of myself.
At this point, it's a good race for second.
Miles Hector in lane 5 from Prep. And Miles Hector now making a push in lane 5.
He brought his legs in real strong going into that turn. I'm not sure if there's enough, though, to finish.
Touching first, Leibov, then Hector and Frederick from Southeast.
Leibov really did a nice job holding off the charge of Miles Hector. I think Miles Hector was a little bit late getting that kick. Should have started a little bit earlier. Here we'll see the finish. Hector with the advantage at this point. Perfect finish.
So that's the consolation final in the boys 200 free. And a victory for Millard North. Creighton Prep finishing second, Lincoln Southeast in third. Well, now with our champ, Christy Kunkel. She did win it, and she's with Ray.
Thank you, guys. And by the way, I'm sending a calculator up so you can keep track of the laps. But with me, a very, very happy Christy Kunkel, two-time champion in the 200 free. And you know, the Kunkel family has owned this event now for 4 years. Your sister Kelly won it 2 years prior to you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, that was a great race with Grace Rayner. I mean, the two of you were going head-to-head. The last 25, you were both breathing, looking at each other. Tell me right now, Christy, do you like to see the competition?
I love it. It pushes me to go faster, and if it makes me go faster, I'm totally okay with it, so I'm happy.
Were you able to swim your race? Because Grace looked so strong in the middle 100 of that. Were you still swimming your race?
Yeah, my coach always says to focus on my own race, and this year I did, and I guess it paid off a little.
Well, congratulations, only a junior, and winning her second in a row 200 freestyle. Congratulations to our champion from Marion, Christy Kunkel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. I will take that calculator, by the way. Either that or just take off my shoes and use my toes, one of the two. So Christy Kunkel is the champ in the 200 free.
Boy, excellent race by both Grace Rayner and Kelly Kunkel. You know, it's nice to see these two going head-to-head, and they push each other, and I really think it helps them both to have better times, to have that kind of competition.
So from Omaha Marion, Christy Kunkel. So here's a look at the final results. Kunkel wins it in a time of 1:53.68. Grace Rayner, 3/100ths of a second behind. Elizabeth McGinn in third. Vaughn Weil is in fourth. Claire McKay fifth, and Meredith Colombo finishing in sixth. So now the guys turn to the championship final at 200 free. In lane 3, Jacob Matheson of Westside. Alex Dyan in 4. Pat Malidi is in lane 5. He finished second last year. Caleb Sherman is in lane 6. Andrew Nelson in 7. And Robert Gastick in lane 8. Says William Sherman on the sheet. He goes by Caleb.
This is going to be a great race. I think both Caleb Sherman and Patrick Malidi they're going to go head-to-head right here. And by the way, this is one of the oldest state records that we have in the swim meet. It's held by Chuck Sharp, set in 1977. His time was a 1:39.24. Wow. Unbelievable swim.
A few years ahead of his time.
He probably still could jump in the race today.
Well, Pat Maletti will certainly push that time, as well as Caleb Sherman, their teammates in lane 5 and 6, both from Creighton Prep. 3 junior Jays in this race. In fact, in every individual event except the 50 free, Creighton has 2 swimmers in the finals.
We've got 100 splits. Both of them are out a little bit slower than they were yesterday. But this third 50 is where they've got to bring it on. If they can get themselves in position here, we might see them go under 140. Both of these swimmers under 140.
Sherman right now with the lead in lane 6. Last year as a sophomore, Sherman broke the state record in the 500 free.
Look for him to be under 115. They're both just over 115 at this point. I don't think we're going to see them do better times than yesterday. It's going to be who's first and who's second between 2 teammates.
So Pat Maletti in 5, Sherman in lane 6.
Caleb Sherman moving to the outside of the lane and having a nice kick, but I really think that Maletti has got him coming into the wall.
And he does. Maletti with the lead. He'll touch first. Sherman second. And third from Beatrice is Andrew Nelson. So Prep goes 1-2 in the event. Maletti and Sherman.
You know, difficult race. I'm sure that Pat was hoping for a little faster time. He did a nice job keeping his position in the center of the lane. Excellent finish. Caleb went to the outside to try to get the edge, and I think it might have just been a little too much for him.
So Creighton Prep continues to pile on the points in its chase for a state record in number of points in a state meet. They are well within reach of that record. NET Sports coverage of the 2010 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals are brought to you in part by the Nebraska Public Power District, applauding the dedication, teamwork, and sportsmanship of Nebraska's high school athletes. By the Nebraska Soybean Board, encouraging the use of renewable biodiesel fuels for a healthier environment. For information, nebraskasoybeans.org. And by Time Warner Cable, inspiring young people to build the skills they need in science, technology, engineering, and math to become the problem solvers of tomorrow. Our new event now, the 200 IM. Girls will start it off with the consolation final. Kathleen Kokensparger is in lane 3, Casey Thurman in 4, Carolyn Helbush is in 5. Stephanie Babby, the sophomore from Omaha Marion, is in lane 6. Taylor Counter, junior from Scottsbluff, in lane 7. And Yvette Olmstead, a junior from Millard North, in lane 8. Casey Thurman, just a freshman from Millard West, in lane 4.
Larry, this is a fun race to watch because each swimmer has to be very versatile, swimming all 4 strokes in this race. Here again, you're going to see, much like the medley relay, you're going to see quite a few place changes because you may be a strong butterflyer, a weak backstroker, strong breaststroker, strong freestyler. So you're going to see different swimmers come on at different points in this race. Carolyn Helbush, our current leader, she wants to establish herself, get into a rhythm in this race, and take command early on.
So after the first butterfly leg, Carolyn Helbush was in the lead, followed by Thurman in lane 4. And now into the backstroke. And turns very important in this race as well.
They are, and you'll see the swimmers, some of them will stay underwater on this backstroke leg for a little while, having a nice dolphin kick and coming up later. Others have stronger upper body and they want to get on top of the water a little bit quicker.
Very nice move by Casey Thurman in lane 4, the freshman from Millard West. She now has the lead after the backstroke, but right beside her, Carolyn Helbush.
And you know that Thurman really would enjoy winning this consolation final and moving up in place, and it's quite a few extra points for him. Carolyn Helbush is a very strong breaststroker. I would look for her to try to get back into the lead of this race. And there's Steffi in lane 6 for Marion. She's coming up right now. Remember, Steffi was the 3rd seed coming into this race after the Metro Conference.
What a great shot there. You see Counter at the bottom of the screen as well. Taylor Counter right there. So a 4-person race as we touch and head to the freestyle.
Who's got the strongest sprint freestyle out of the bunch?
Stephanie Babby, the sophomore, in lane 6 right now with the lead. And you see right below her, Taylor Counter in lane 7.
Down to the turn. Steffi Babby stayed under a little bit longer, and I think that was a big advantage for her. She had a great dolphin coming off that wall.
Stephanie Babby out in front. And Babby will touch first, followed by Helbush of Northeast and Counter of Scotts Bluff. So in the consolation final, it's Steph Babby.
Very nice swim for Steffi. I thought her final turn really put her in position to win this consolation final. Look at that finish. Good body position and excellent arm stroke. Fully stretched when she hit the wall.
Let's go down to the pool deck and Ray.
All right, guys, thank you. Once again, another Creighton Prep swimmer. Pat Maletti, congratulations on a great 200 freestyle. Last year, Patrick, you finished 2nd. This year, the gold medal. How does it feel?
Feels good. Put in a lot of hard work, and I'm really grateful to have won today.
We had you unofficially out 49-1. You bring it back in a 52-3. How are those splits?
I was out about as fast as I wanted to, but I didn't quite come home as fast as I would have liked.
You know, when you get a chance to train every day with Caleb Sherman, who I'm sure is a good friend of yours, and you push each other every day, does this help?
I think it helps a lot. I'm really grateful that we have so many good swimmers on our team. We have so much depth that I get to train with the best guys in the state every day.
Well, Pat, what a great swim, what a smooth swim. I know you got the 100 butterfly, 2 relays coming up. The best of luck to you and Creighton Prep the rest of the meet.
All right, thank you.
Well spoken by Pat Maletti. When you swim with the best every day, you're going to perform the best at crunch time, and certainly that's what they have at Creighton Prep.
Well, Coach Beck does a nice job going into the season. He likes to set goals for the swimmers, and to get them ready for this state meet, they do it in practice every day. They swim test sets that will establish themselves, getting used to swim a certain speed, getting used to the feel, what it's like to swim at that kind of a pace, all in practice. He's a big believer in quite a bit of anaerobic training, and it pays off at the end of the season that they expect to go these times, and it's not uncomfortable at all for them.
And there's your winner. Stepping to the podium now is Pat Maletti as Caleb Sherman shakes hands. And now teammates Maletti and Sherman will be 1-2 on the podium. Maletti with a time of 1:41.46, and just 2/10 behind was Caleb Sherman, 1:41.68. So let's take a look at the final standings in the 200 free. Maletti followed by Sherman. Andrew Nelson of Beatrice was 3rd. Alex Dyan of Papillion La Vista 4th. Robert Gastick and Jacob Matheson round out your championship finals in the 200 free. So now on to the girls 200 IM. This is the championship final. Madeline Hunt is in lane 3, Sylvia Coleman in 4. Kira Lindholm finished 3rd last year. She is in lane 5. Karen Ilg was 4th last year. She's in lane 6. Catherine Lincoln and Krista Van Wee in lane 7 and 8.
I think this could be one of the best head-to-head races we have of the day, Larry. Lane 5 and 6. Karen Ilg and Kira Lindholm, I think either one of them could win this race. I wouldn't want to bet on either one of them, and I think it's going to be a real close swim.
Lindholm came in with the top time in the state in the 200 IM into state. And she duplicated that effort yesterday. She had the best preliminary time as well, 2:12.59. There's the state record. Karen Chris. It will not be challenged today. That was set back in 2006.
Difficult decisions for coaches. Tracy Stoffer doing their lineups. He's got a swimmer like Shannon Guy that legitimately could win quite a few events. He had to make a conscious decision here of pulling Shannon out of this 200 IM, which could be one of her better events, but they're very strong with Karen Elg swimming this race.
And Ilg is out early. Karen Ilg in lane 6 with the lead. In the backstroke.
Look for Kira Lindholm to try to make a move here. She's our top backstroker for the state, and she's also got a good breaststroke. So they're kind of sizing each other up right now.
Great turn by Lindholm, gains some ground. And after the backstroke, indeed it will be Lindholm with the lead.
Big glide by Kira going into that wall to the breaststroke. I give the edge on the breaststroke to Kira Lindholm. She's a little bit stronger, but Karen is holding her own. The freestyle leg, if Karen has the lead going into the freestyle, I think it's over.
Ilg in lane 6, Lindholm in 5. Ilg beginning to pull away here on this breaststroke. About a half-length lead now.
I think Ilg must have heard me saying that Kira had a strong breaststroke. Remember, she swam the breaststroke leg on that winning medley relay.
She opens it up to a length.
Not even close. Karen Ilg. Once again, Tracy Stoffer made a great lineup decision. He had confidence in his swimmer there.
What a turn, though, by Lindholm. Lindholm into this last 15. Lindholm making a move on Ilg. This is going to be a great finish. Lindholm and Ilg, and at the touch, it is Lindholm comes from behind and knocks off Ilg. What a race.
Unbelievable finish for Kira. I'm not sure what happened with Karen that final 12 and a half. She really pulled back. Karen looked to have control on the final length. Very nice finish.
So after finishing third last year, Kira Lindholm comes back to state and takes the gold.
What a great swim.
Well, if you'd like a DVD of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships, you can log on to netnebraska.org and click the Shop NET tab, or you can call 1-800-868-1868. Relive this year's exciting championship for years to come. NET is Nebraska's home for sports. Now the lane assignments for the 200 consolation boys IM. In lane 3, Thomas Ernst, the freshman. Nick Jobin, the senior from Miller West in lane 4. Francis Chumo, the junior from Prep in lane 5. Dylan Wolt in 6. Kevin Bolt in lane 7. He's a sophomore. And Kyle Hertig, the junior from Scottsbluff, is in lane 8.
You'll see one swimmer still standing upright for the start of this race. Everybody else crouched over. Everybody has a different preference. Some feel by standing upright, you control the tempo of the starter a little bit more.
So the consolation final of the boys 200 IM.
Chumo's feeling the need to make sure he wins this consolation final, score those extra few points for that higher place finish.
Chumo finished just 6 100ths out of the championship flight. Colin Crissell from Papillion La Vista got in with a 158.81. Chumo swam a 158.87, and Chumo well out in front here.
And you bring up a good point. No matter what they swim to win this consolation final, the best they can do is 7th. But there's a lot of personal satisfaction to know if you can light up a time that would have been, say, top 3 in the championship.
Chumo well in front in lane 5. In lane 3 and second is Nicholas Jobin from Millard West. And Wolt, Dylan Wolt from Lincoln East is in third. And now into the breaststroke. And just 25 yards left on the breaststroke.
I think we'll have a close race for second between Dylan Wolt and then out in lane 6, we've got Kevin Bolt. Down to the freestyle, I'd probably put more money on Dylan Wolt. He's a good distance freestyler that I think he has a little bit of an edge there.
The final down and back here in the 200 IM consolation final, and it's all Frank Chumo.
Chumo in the lead, and we've got Bolt and Wolt for second and third.
And touching first and winning the consolation final is Chumo. Wolt and Jobin in second and third. So Dylan Wolt, the senior from Lincoln East, finishing second in that consolation final.
Nice controlled swim by Chumo.
1:57.6 was his time.
Nice freestyle leg. A little short on the wall, but an excellent finish.
So Ray Huppert is poolside with another state champ, Kira Lindholm.
And what a great race for Kira Lindholm from Omaha Marion. What an exciting race, Kira, to come from behind and take it at the end. Tell us your feelings.
I still am kind of in shock. I'm not really sure what to do. I'm really happy. I'm also really tired, so I'm just kind of trying to stand up.
You know, Kira, the 50 years I've been involved in swimming, and don't make any fun up there, guys, but in the 50 years, I've always said that the individual medley is the most difficult race, not because you have to be the best in all 4, but you need to be good at all 4, and you need to make those transitions from back to butterfly, etc. What do you do to work on that?
I do a lot of paces with all the different strokes, and I just try and make sure that I have my turns spot on, and just kind of focus on like having all my strokes just kind of up there in the same. So.
Well, Kara, congratulations. What a great swim and what great points for Omaha Marion. Our champion in the girls 200 IM, Kira Lindstrom.
All right, thanks very much, Ray.
That's Kira Lindholm, you know, and Kira really surprised us with that come from behind there, the last 25. What a great swim. I really felt like that was going to be a close race, and going into that last 50, I thought, well, Karen Ilg has proven me wrong. But, you know, these two are competitors, as Ray mentioned. The transition into the different strokes is real important, and Kira was smart in that race and had enough on the last 25 to out-touch, never gave up, and just ran Karen Ilg down on the last 25.
What a turn and what a finish for Kira Lindholm. Took the bronze last year, gets the gold this year. Top of the medal stand for the junior from Omaha Marion.
That's David Anderson, head coach for Marion. You know, he was in a tough spot coming on and maintain that tradition. He's done a great job.
So Lindholm and Ilg 1-2. Lincoln from West Side finishing third. Coleman, Hutt, and Van Wee from Grand Island round out the finals of the 200 IM on the girls' side. Down to the guys' side. 200 IM boys championship final. Nick Caruso of Lincoln East finished second last year in this event. He is in lane 3. Zach Jacobson in lane 4. Will Rayner is in lane 5. Andre Wilt is in 6. Bob Glover in lane 7. And in lane 8, Colin Crissell.
You know, look at this. We had Creighton Prep win the consolation final with Chumo, and here in the championship final, you've got the top 3 place finishes. It's unbelievable how good this Creighton Prep team is.
Prep will have 19 swimmers in the championship races, 11 in the consolation. 30 of Prep's 32 slots, they advanced into the finals of the consolation finals. There's the state record, Adam Beckman back in 2005.
You know, and the team is so strong. I don't think there's ever been a Nebraska high school swimming team as good as this Creighton Prep team this year. Your early leader, that's Colin Crissell. Colin is one of our top butterflyers. You'll see him later on in the 100 fly, so no surprise there to see him out in the lead.
Will Rayner nearly 3 seconds better than the field in yesterday's preliminaries, and he has taken the lead here in the backstroke. Will, the brother of Grace Rayner. So it's the Will and Grace show.
Andre Wilt, strong backstroke leg. Remember yesterday he set the state record in that 100 backstroke.
Rayner still in the lead, the sophomore from Creighton Prep. Sister Grace swims for Duchesne.
No question that Will is taking control. He's going to win this race. We'll see how second and third size up. Colin Crissell is still right in this race on the outside.
So the last 50 now for Will Rayner. Still Prep 1-2, but Colin Crissell is third down in lane 8.
I'm not sure if Wilt realizes that Crissell is in the hunt right there, but he'll get a view of him on the last 25. There he saw him, and you see the legs come in.
Rayner pulling away, and Rayner will touch first. Second for Creighton Prep is Jacobson, and Prep goes 1, 2, 3. Rayner, Jacobson, Wilt. What an event for the Junior Jays.
Another good family in there for Creighton Prep. Jacobson, we just saw him in the IM. His brother Alex will be swimming the 100 fly later on in the meet. So much like the Kunkles, we've got the Jacobson brothers going head to head. There's Will Rayner, no question on that finish. And Jacobson with a strong second.
Rayner with a time of 1:53.29. So Prep just continues to extend that already large lead in the team standings. Well, here's the fun one, down and back as fast as you can go. It's the girls' 50-yard free consolation final. Elise Jarrett is in lane 3, Julie Pengilly in 4, Caitlin Smits is in 5, Natalie Rinshaw in lane 6, Whitney Corgan, the senior from McCook, is in lane 7, and Carlise Eimer from Millard West in lane 8.
You know, this is a race that is really designed for the spectator. The 100 dash of swimming. It's just down and back of 50. There is no room for error. Very important to be the first off the block, get a good start, and ultra important to hit that turn perfectly. And then coming back off the wall, you're going to see a big wave coming into the wall, into the turn. They've got to get under that wave with the least amount of resistance.
So this will be quick. Slightest mistake in this race can be costly. This is won by 1/100th of a second.
There's many swimmers that swim this race with no breath, no time to take a breath for a 50 free.
So in lane 5, the lead right now, Caitlin Smits from Bellevue East. Smits with a slide advantage, and at the touch, it is Smits finishing first, Pengilly in second, and Rinshaw in third. The time for Smits, 24.65, identical to her qualifying time yesterday.
That whole heat swam as they were seated, 1 through 6. Here's the finish. Very important, not only the start and the turn, but hit the finish fully extended to stop that timing system.
So Caitlin Smits for Bellevue East takes the consolation final, 24-65. Let's go down to Ray with another state champ.
A very happy sophomore, Will Rayner from Creighton Prep. Will, congratulations on a great swim on the IM.
Thank you very much.
Of course, you're just keeping that name Rayner going longer and longer in the history of Nebraska swimming.
Yep.
Your dad and your uncle, both state champions. You've got one now under your belt. I'll tell you what, it's just fun to watch you swim. You know, I had a chance to talk earlier with Kira about the not having to be the best butterfly, backstroke, you know, breaststroke freestyler, but being good at all. What's your favorite event?
My favorite event is either this or the 100 back, because I feel they're both events where I don't have to put myself all out in one length, where I can just steadily hold my pace.
And of course, in the IM, you're strong in the fly, you're strong in the back. What do you feel like? Usually you have that lead going in the breaststroke, and that's where people will catch you.
Yeah, I mean, I just try to think to myself, I know that they're behind me and I know that they're coming on strong. And I just try to push myself as hard as I can.
Well, Will, congratulations on a great swim. Another champion from Creighton Prep, our winner in the 200 IM, Will Rayner.
So Will Rayner from Creighton Prep as the Junior Jays finished 1, 2, 3, and I believe we've, in every race so far on the guys' side, it's been Creighton Prep the champ.
It has. I don't think it's ever been done where in the pool that a team has dominated the swimming races like we're seeing Creighton Prep do today. Diving is an event, and we're going to see those diving finals here later on. But in the water, Creighton Prep is as strong a team as we've ever had in Nebraska high school swimming history.
The Creighton Prep guys have taken gold in everything they've touched so far in this state tournament. Now, Ryan Bubb of Lincoln East may have something to say about that later in the meet. We'll certainly keep tabs on that. But there's your champ, Will Rayner, and Creighton Prep goes 1, 2, 3 in the 200 IM. Jacobson, Wilt finishing second, third. Crystal in fourth, Glover in fifth, and Caruso finishing in sixth. So now to the finals of the girls 50 free. Lauren Smith from Pius X in lane 3. Alexis Spee is in 4. Alexandra Bilinas is in 5. Mickey Frazie's in 6. Emma O'Connell's in 7. And Brianna Bilinas in lane 8. So we have a couple of Duchenne swimmers, also with the last name of Bilinas.
The Bilinas girls, they're very strong in these sprint freestyle races. They've got a great start and excellent on the walls.
Alexandra Bilinas is the defending state champ in this race. She is in lane 5. There's your state record.
She took command right off the block. Real important now to get that good turn. She stays down low. Good dolphin off the wall. She's got this race.
Bilinas out in front. Alexandra Bilinas in lane 5 with the lead. And Alexandra Bilinas touches first. Second is O'Connell, and a surprise in lane 3, Lauren Smith finishing in third.
What a great swim for Lauren Smith of Pius. Remember, Pius new to high school swimming. Look at this finish. Bilinas had a great lead off the wall, and coming down to the finish, the other girls just started chomping away at her. Very happy and relieved, Bilinas, after that 50 freestyle.
So for the second year in a row, Alexandra Bilinas takes the state championship in the girls 50 free. Now to the boys. This is the consolation final of the 50 free. Kirk O'Connell is in lane 3. Andrew Stivers is in 4. Andrew North is in lane 5. Zach Andre Gover's in lane 6. Peter Lopez is in 7. And Ryan Hogan, the sophomore from Millard South, in lane 8. This the only event of the day that we will see just one Creighton Prep athlete in the championship final.
In the consolation final.
Right. Well,
and they're sitting 1-2. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, opposite, yeah. We've got 2 in the consolation here. It's good to see Kirk O'Connell on the outside from Kearney. We got some outstate swimmers making their presence.
So Andrew North with the fastest time of these in this consolation final. He's from Creighton Prep. 3/100ths off of making the championship final was Andrew North. So both North.
I thought North took command right from the start. Gober was making a move coming down a little bit when the command to start came on. But there's Gober at the finish.
Gober got him. North finishing second, and third in lane 8 is Hogan from Millard South.
Gober had a nice swim. I thought North took it right off of the block and had the definite advantage. But here at the finish, you see Gober, nice lane position, head down a little bit, and perfect underneath the water.
So Prep goes 1-2 in the consolation final as well, with Gober and North. So we have another state champ, Alex Balunas. She's with Ray.
Well, and I'm very, very happy, Alexandra Balunas. Congratulations. This is your second. You won it last year. You're defending champion. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. It's so exciting.
You know, the 53, I've always said, is a start and a turn and a finish. And you were the first one off the block. You maintained the lead. You had a long turn and a strong finish. How much time do you emphasize on all three of those?
Well, in practice, we always do sets where I can make sure I can do my turn fast and then come out without breathing. And then we do starts where we just practice getting off first.
Well, and it's so important because without a doubt, as close as that race was, your start, your turn, and your finish helped you win that race.
Thank you.
Now, what's coming up next for you?
The 100 free.
And what do you like better, 50 or 100?
Oh, that's a hard one, but the 50, I think that's a little bit easier.
Of course, in the 100, you're going to set a breathing pattern, maybe every 4 strokes, every stroke. How many breaths do you take in a 50?
In the 50, I only take 1 coming back.
1 coming back.
And 0 going down. So.
0 going down, so you get 1 breath.
Yep.
Well, congratulations, 24.16, our champion. In the 50 freestyle, Alexandra Balunas. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ray. Congratulations to Alexandra for winning the championship. You know, she was the only swimmer in the prelims to go under 24. She swam 23.91. Coming in to the state meet, she had the fastest times in both the 50 and the 100. And she has a career best in the 100 of 51.9.
You know, and Larry, the 50 free, the history of the 50 free has changed recently. As this race has gotten faster and faster, these swimmers are actually what's called negative split, where the second 25 is faster than the first 25. Starting from a dead start, 0 to whatever, actually slows them down on that first 25, that they're able to keep the momentum throughout the turn, and that second 25 is actually faster. So this race has just been unbelievable. You wonder how can they break a record every year, and somebody comes along and does it. We may be seeing that coming up in the next race with Ryan Bubb. Bubb, our defending state champion, I'm sure he has his eye on that state record in the 50 free.
So Alexandra Balunas making her way to the podium. Hey, they look alike.
Boy, I tell you, it'd be tough to have both of those girls on your team and going head-to-head, and very strong competitors.
Alexandra and Brianna Balunas. And Alexandra takes gold in the state championship. So let's take a look at the final results. You'll see Balunas wins it. Emma O'Connell was second. Lauren Smith from that lane 3 comes back and gives the bronze to Pius X. Brianna Balunas in 4th. Nikki Frazee is 5th, and Alexis Ski is 6th. Now the guys' turn. This is the boys 50-yard free championship final. And this should be a terrific race. Your defending champ is in lane 5, Ryan Bubb. Austin Weber from Bellevue East is in lane 4. Michael Moyers is in 3. Nick Bonds is in lane 6. Jack Morrow is in 7. And Ryan Misch, finished 3rd as a freshman last year, is in lane 8.
Ryan Bubb has the tall order of disrupting those Creighton Prep first place finishes. He's the defending state champion. Ryan will be attending Ohio State next year and swimming for the Buckeyes. See Ryan standing upright. All the other swimmers are bent over a little bit for the start. Ryan likes this to kind of control the tempo of the starter.
So Ryan Bubb in lane 5. Nick Bonds of Creighton Prep is in lane 6.
Bubb right off the start took control. He looks great.
Last 25.
He was short on the wall. That cost him.
Look at Bounds in lane 6, has the lead. Bubb will try to catch him. At the touch, anybody's race. Look at lane 4. In lane 4 from Bellevue East, Austin Weber. What a finish by Weber in lane 4. Bubb finishes third and Bounds takes second.
You know, we talked about this. No room for error. And that turn, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in a state championship final. Bubb started his turn way early. But look at this finish. Bubb was still in the race at the finish, even with that turn.
So Austin Weber pulls off the upset from Bellevue East, and Austin Weber takes the gold in the 50 free. Bowens finishes second from Creighton Prep, and Ryan Bubb of Lincoln East third. So Prep will not sweep, but it was at the hands of Bellevue East, not Lincoln East. We've crowned 8 state champs this morning. More to come when we come back.
Programming made possible by Time Warner Cable, inspiring young people to build the skills they need in science, technology, engineering, and math to become the problem solvers of tomorrow. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
You're on vacation in the mountains. You've got the kids, the dog, and your tent. Your son says, hiking is lame, so you try rock climbing. It ends up being harder than it looks. Now you're in the hospital wishing you'd stayed home. But you've got Blue Cross and Blue Shield, so you know you're covered, even though you're out of state. So you relax, which is why you went on vacation in the first place. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska. One less thing to worry about.
Hey, college doesn't just happen. You have to push yourself as you go through high school. Don't be afraid to take classes like Algebra 2, Biology, or a foreign language. They can help raise your ACT score and prepare you for college. I wasn't the smartest kid in high school, but I took the top classes and I passed. So what are you waiting for? Push yourself over to your counselor's office and sign up for them. They won't be easy, but you'll be glad you did.
You're watching NET1 and NET HD.
Thanks to the personal investment of more than 1,800 Sports Partners Club members, NET will deliver over 200 hours of exciting sports action this year. Who else brings you Husker Volleyball, Big Red Wrap-Up, and all of the other outstanding college and high school sports action to every home in Nebraska? NET is Nebraska's home for sports, and sports partners like you make it happen. Log on to netnebraska.org/sportspartners and explore the many benefits of joining the Sports Partners Club.
NET sports coverage of the 2010 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals is brought to you in part by First National Bank, right there with you every step of the way for more than 150 years. First National Bank, one with you, member FDIC. By Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska, one less thing to worry about. And by Education Quest Foundation, improving access to college through scholarships, grants, and college planning services. So we are at the first intermission at the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool. 8 state champions have been crowned. We will take a look at the girls swimming and diving from earlier this week in just a moment. But first, a reminder that our lineup of NSAA championship events continues in March on NET Sports. Be sure to be with us for live coverage of both girls and boys NSAA state basketball tournaments from right here at the Devaney Sports Center. Girls state finals take place next Saturday. The boys championship finals are Saturday, March 13th, with action in all 6 classes and all in beautiful high definition on NET HD. NET Sports is Nebraska's home for sports. Well, we mentioned it earlier this week on Thursday morning, in fact. It was the girls' finals of the diving championships. NET cameras were here to record all of the action, and we'll bring you all of the dives from the final 3 rounds of the girls. Here's Anna Filipich from Omaha Burke. Anna will be attempting a back 1.5 somersault, a 2.3 degree of difficulty. She came in 3rd place in a nice dive there. Score of 37.95, 4th highest in this round. She was in 3rd after that as well. Deanna Barmore from Millard West, a back dive, 1.7 degree of difficulty. She came in 7th place. Score of 25.5 on the dive. Ashley Izzo, freshman from Lincoln High. Half twist, forward dive, 29.7. Here's Lily Heinrichs. Now Lily Heinrichs came into this dive in 1st place. This is a 2.2 degree of difficulty, an inward 1.5 somersault.
Lily is the best diver we have in the state of Nebraska. She is one of the top national divers as well, doing her inward 1.5, 2.2 degree of difficulty.
Got a long line of great divers at Lincoln Southeast, and I think Dave Peters said that she is by far the best.
Here we got Emily Spiegel, Bellevue East, inward somersault. Rotated over just a little bit on that dive. Scored 26.4 total points.
Alex Marasco from Elkhorn.
Alex is doing a reverse dive, 1.6 degree of difficulty. This is a very difficult dive because you're doing a back flip in a forward motion and trying to come in up and down on that dive.
Raina Taberick Potter. Potter, the junior from Lincoln East.
Forward somersault with the twist. Real important to get fully rotated on that twist. Nice dive.
Taylor Stevens of Bellevue East.
Taylor's doing a back dive. Nice bread and butter dive there. Nicely done. Scored 30.6 points on that dive.
Here's Peyton Michaud.
Peyton, also a Lincoln girl for Northeast, doing a reverse dive. Very nicely done. 38.25 points on that dive.
Here's Elise Brulette from Omaha Marion.
Elise is doing an inward 1.5, degree of difficulty 2.2. Higher DD, the more opportunity for points. This is very high. And Elise pulls off 42.9 points on that dive to help Marion. Up next is Carly Hilburn from Kearney, doing an inward somersault. Degree of difficulty, 1.6. Nicely done, straight up and down. Carly got 28.8 points on that dive. Next, we've got Christina Eltisti from Omaha West Side, doing a forward 1.5 with 1 full twist. Very high degree of difficulty. Was a little bit short, but because of that degree of difficulty, she's still able to get 25.2 points on that dive. Anna Philpat from Omaha Burke, doing a back 1.5 somersault with a half twist. Nicely done. A little bit short on that dive, 2.1 degree of difficulty, but she got 35.7 points. Deanna Barmore from Millard West, doing a reverse somersault. Degree of difficulty, 1.7. She was a little away from the board and came up short on that dive, and 17.85 points on that. Ashley Izzo, a freshman from Lincoln High, degree of difficulty 1.7, forward 1.5. Nicely done. And she's going to be rewarded well, 32.3 points on that dive. This is Lily again doing a back 1.5 with a half twist, a 2.1 degree of difficulty. This is a dive that Lily can score a lot of points on. No question that she will win the diving event. Clean entry into the water, and she is being rewarded with 42 points to extend that lead. Emmy Spiegel, Bellevue East freshman, doing a reverse somersault, degree of difficulty 1.6. Nice rotation, actually over-rotated a little bit of a splash on the entry into the water, 22.4 points. This is Alex Marasco from Elkhorn, a sophomore, doing a back dive, degree of difficulty 1.7. Quite a few underclassmen in the girls' finals here. We'll get to watch them a few years. Nice clean dive, a bread and butter dive there, 25.5 points. Rainey Taborit Potter, a junior at Lincoln East, forward 1.5 with 1 twist, 2.2 degree of difficulty. She has a chance to score some points here. Rotation caused her a little bit short on the entry into that dive, but because of that DD, she got 26.4 points. Taylor Stevens, Bellevue East, forward double somersault, 2.3 degree of difficulty. Very difficult dive. If she can fully rotate and enter the water cleanly, she'll score a lot of points. Nicely done. 36.8 points on that dive. Well rewarded. Ryan Mashad, our senior for Lincoln Northeast, forward 2.5, 2.6 degree of difficulty, the highest DD of the meet. Clean entry, a little bit short, but because of that high DD, she was able to get 50.7 points. Elise Burliette, Omaha Marion sophomore, a back 1.5 with a half twist, 2.1 DD. Nicely done, 34.65 points on that. Carly Hilborn coming up, an inward 1.5, 2.2 DD. Over-rotated just a hair on that dive, 34.1 points. This is Christiana Eltisti, Omaha West Side senior, back 1.5 with a half twist, 2.1 DD. Nicely done, clean entry, 34.65 points.
So now we move into the final dive of the competition, and we had 7 different ladies flipping spots here, so it was a up and down final dive.
Anna's doing a back 1.5, 2.5, pretty good DD, and rewarded well with that dive, 37.5 points.
Deanna Barmore came in.
A back 2.5, a back somersault 2.5 twist, high DD, 2.7 on this. Good chance to close out the meet with high points. Slightly short, a little bit of a splash, but because of that DD, 41.85 points.
And with that dive, jumped 2 spots in the standings. Here's Ashley Izzo.
Ashley's a freshman doing a reverse 1.5.
Now watch Ashley, she's gonna hit her head on the board, ouch.
Diving's a difficult sport. You hate to see that happen. And there's our gold medalist,
Lily Heinrichs.
She's finishing off with her bread and butter dive, a back somersault 1.5 twist to close out the meet with the win. What an entry. Very clean, 46 points total on that dive to close it out for Lily. Emily's doing a forward somersault with 1 twist, 1.9. A little bit of a splash there, but able to get 23.75 points.
Alex Marasco, the sophomore from Elkhorn.
Forward somersault with 2 twists, 1.9 DD. Split the legs pretty hard there on the entry, caused a splash. 27.6 points.
Rainey Taborik-Potter.
Rainey's a junior for Lincoln East, doing a reverse 1.5. 2.3 degree of difficulty. Little away from the board and came up short, unable to extend the arms. But because of that DD, 27.3 points.
Here's Taylor Stevens of Bellevue East.
She's doing a reverse double, 2.3 degree of difficulty. Good chance for points here at the end of the meet. Nicely done. Slightly over-rotated.
Pat-Jan Mashad. Mashad from Northeast came in second place.
This is a very difficult dive. A lot of twisting. Nice entry, and because of that 2.6 DD, 42.9 points. Peyton had some of the highest scores of this meet in dives.
Elise Brulette.
Brulette doing that back double, 28.6 points.
Here's Carly Hilburn, the junior from Kearney.
Carly's doing a forward somersault with 1 twist, 1.9 DD. Didn't finish the rotation, but was able to get 26.6 points.
And finally, Christiana Eltiste from Omaha West Side.
Christiana's doing a forward 2.5 with a 2.4 DD, very high DD. Nice rotation and good clean entry on the water. 44.4 points on that dive.
And with that dive, she moved up into 5th place from 6th in the previous round. So here are your top 3 medalists. Pat-Jan Mashad of Northeast, and there's Lily Heinrichs of Lincoln Southeast. Finishing 1, 2, 3.
It's nice to see Lily in these state championships. Like I say, there's no doubt she's the top diver in Nebraska, but also one of the best in the nation.
So Heinrichs finishes first, Pat-Jan Mashad in second, Anna Filipich finishing in third, Taylor Stevens, Eltiste, and Brulette. Jody Frazier talked with our champ after the competition.
Lily, what was going through your mind on that last dive?
Nothing. It was just the same as normal. Just all like the other ones.
And how does it feel to win the championship 2 years in a row now as a sophomore?
It feels great. I'm really proud of myself. I put in the hard work, so it's glad that something comes out of it.
And are you looking forward to next year? Are you going to go for 3 in a row?
I'm just going to go for diving. I'm not going to go for the gold.
And there's a look at your state champ, Lily Heinrichs from Lincoln Southeast, winning the gold in the girls diving championships. Those were held earlier this week, as we said, on Thursday. We are still in the first intermission. I want to remind you, if you'd like a DVD of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships, you can log on to netnebraska.org and click the Shop NET tab, or you can call 1-800-868-1868. Relive this year's exciting championships for years to come. Again, that number, 800-868-1868. NET Sports is Nebraska's home for sports. A lot of swimming yet to come this afternoon. We'll have it all from the Devaney Sports Center pool on NET Sports.
Soy biodiesel from Nebraska soybeans lowers our dependence on foreign oil. It has properties that reduce engine wear. And it burns without harmfully polluting the atmosphere. The Nebraska Soybean Board encourages the use of soy biodiesel.
You can see it on the horizon. Nebraska's landscape is changing. Wind has been a part of Nebraska Public Power District's generation mix since 1998. NPPD supports the development of wind power generation in the state. But wind is variable and does not produce electricity 24/7. Other generation resources like coal and nuclear will remain necessary. Nebraska Public Power District, always there when you need us, together with your local public power utility.
Everyone has a goal. At First National Bank, we have the people and products to help you achieve yours. We've been right there with you every step of the way for more than 150 years. First National Bank, one with you.
Next time on Nature, their aroma is unforgettable. Meeting them may be a close encounter of the less than kind. But has the skunk been misunderstood? How do you react when someone asks, "Is that skunk?"
Sunday night at 7 Central Time on NET1.
Boo! Hey, where are you going? You can't get by me. I'm #1 in this class. I rule this lab. I'm #1. Hey, I don't think so. Yes! Winner! I am a king! Woo!
You wouldn't do it there. So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
What?
Jerk.
So welcome back to the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool for the 2010 NSAA Swimming and Diving Championships. Time to take a look at some standings on the team side. Let's begin with the girls, and as expected, Matt, it's all Millard West. Marion's been making a nice little run, though.
Well, and as expected, Marion's got a solid second at this point. They've made some nice moves up. Duchesne is third, Westside fourth with 54, and Ralston Gross 20 points. Anything can happen, though. This back half of the meet is very important to maintain position.
So that's the girls' side. Let's take a look at the boys' team standings. And Omaha Creighton Prep is just running away with this, and they are on pace to set a new state championship scoring record, the record they just set last year.
That's right, and their goal is, you know, they set it up, individual goals, relay team goals, and point goals for the team, and that will establish their ability for that national ranking that they're vying for.
So that's a look at the boys and girls standings to this point. Hey, I want to remind you, please be watching on Monday for some exciting news coming to NET Sports concerning Husker women's basketball. You can also check out our Facebook page for this news at facebook.com/NET Sports. So facebook.com/NET Sports. That exciting information about Nebraska women's basketball is coming this Monday, so be sure to check it out.
I've got to wait till Monday?
Yeah, well, I can tell you, but I just can't say it on the air.
If everybody give me a call, I'll tell you the secret. If I knew it.
That wouldn't go over well. So we're ready for the second half of the boys and girls state swimming and diving championships. Girls are about ready to hit the pool in the 100-yard butterfly. And again, a chance for Millard West to really continue to extend that lead here in the 100 butterfly, as we're going to see Shannon Guy, who is going for an unprecedented fourth straight with 4 straight state records.
Larry, you know, we just got through watching the girls diving. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that unfortunately there are times when swimmers have injuries or divers have injuries. We're missing one of the best divers in the state. Nicole Schwery unfortunately had to have knee surgery, and we missed her today, but we look forward to seeing her here next year.
So here's a look at the 100 butterfly consolation. Casey Thurman from Millard West, Catherine Lincoln in lane 4, Brianna Balunas in lane 5, Colleen Bernal in lane 6, Caitlin Spitz is in 7, and lane 8, Molly McNeil from Lincoln Northeast.
We're getting set for some of the best races of the meet coming up in that championship final, Shannon, for that 100 fly.
So the 100-yard butterfly. This the consolation final. Brianna Balunas from Duchesne, the junior, in lane 5, the only swimmer in this heat to go under 1 minute yesterday.
And it's a tough double, Larry. Remember, Brianna just swam that 50 free before the break. So to come back and mentally get ready for this 100 free, that's a difficult task for these swimmers.
Down and back twice in the 100-yard butterfly. Right now, Pauline Bernal, the freshman in lane 6 with a slight lead.
You know, it looks to me like there might have been a little difficulty in recovery for Ballounis, but the freshman is taking the task on, and looks like she's going to win this consolation final.
Bernal from Scott Mount Michael, just a freshman, will touch first in the consolation final. Time of 59:46, so a nice swim for Bernal. Pauline Bernal finishing second was Smits from Bellevue East.
Here at the finish, Bernal, the freshman, she's starting to get a little heavy in the arms, but able to extend the arms for the finish and the win of that consolation final.
Catherine Lincoln third, Casey Thurman is fourth in the consolation final. Well, Ray Huppert's with a surprising state champ, Austin Weber. Ray.
Austin Weber, congratulations from Bellevue East, our champion in the 53. Austin, in your wildest dreams, did you expect to be standing there?
Oh gosh, no, I never thought I'd be even close.
You know, and this is a great example for everyone that competes, because you have to be prepared. If someone slips up, you got to be ready to take it, and you did. Austin, what a great swim. In fact, your entire school, Bellevue East, has got to be so proud of you.
Well, they should be.
The last champion goes back to 1993. Byron Butts, yeah. Tell me about the start and the turn.
Start and turn, I felt good off my start. I had a pretty good start. As I was turning, I saw Brian kind of miss the wall, and I knew I had to pull something out of that last 25, and I just gave it all I had.
Austin, what a great and a strong finish. What a great swim. Congratulations to our champion, Austin Weber from Bellevue East.
Thank you. I had nothing else.
Congratulations to Austin, the senior from Bellevue East.
You know, you couldn't be happier for Austin to, as he said, unexpectedly win that 50 free. What a great opportunity. Sees the opportunity that somebody else's mistake is somebody else's fortune. So Austin was the fortunate one today. You know, it'll be interesting to watch Bob come back now. Once again, he's doubling. 50 free, where he had the disappointment. He's coming back here right away to swim that 100 fly. He's got to put that race behind him. Those things happen. It's a new day, new race, and that 100 fly, I expect him to come back, and maybe it'll motivate him to even go faster and set a state record in that event.
So there's the chieftain from Bellevue East, Austin Weber, your state champ in the boys 50-yard free. Here's a look then at the final standings of the 53. Weber finishing first, Bowens from Prep was second, Ryan Bubb in third, Morrow in fourth, Misch finishes in fifth, and Michael Moyers in sixth. Now it's the ladies' turn of the girls' 100-yard butterfly. This is the championship final, should be a great one. Autumn Baldwin in lane 3, Lindsay Phelps is in 4, Erin Olchen in 5, Shannon Guy is in 6, Natasha Pochlima in lane 7, and Christina Gregory is in lane 8.
Seems like just yesterday, Larry, that we were talking about Shannon when she was in 8th grade, looking forward to her 4 years. Here we are, her senior year. She set a state record every year, and this is the final one, and it's going to be the biggest challenge yet, Larry.
Shannon, go ahead.
We understand that she's had a little bit of difficulty health-wise the last couple of days. She's not 100%, but she is a champion, and you just can't count her out to perform today and at least win the race and possibly a state record.
Tracy Stauffer said earlier this year he saw her swim as good as she has since her freshman year. She's grown a little bit, leaned out a little bit. There's the state record. It's Shannon. Shannon vying in this race to become the first swimmer ever in Nebraska to break the state record 4 consecutive years. She has 3 gold medals, looking for a 4th today.
Your current leader is in lane 7. Shannon was a little slow off the block. We may have a little bit of a surprise here.
In lane 5, that's Erin Olchen. Shannon Guy is in lane 6, the senior from Millard West. Guy out front.
Shannon Guy looks very strong on this last 25. You just can't count her out. Let's see how she might be able to go under 55 on this race.
Guy looking for a record. She's got 4 golds. Does she get the record? 55.05, a new state record. Shannon Guy, 4 consecutive years, breaks the state record.
Unbelievable swim. What a relief. She's getting a standing O from every team. Everybody is so happy for Shannon. I would question how many times could that be done to break your own record 4 years in a row. Here she is on the finish. Nobody even close. And look at that relief. She may not be 100%, but she's a champion today, and nobody better than Shannon Guy.
Shannon Guy wins it with a time of 55.05, and for 4 consecutive years, she has bettered the state record. Erin Olchen finishes in second, Lindsay Felt in third, but the story so far of the meet is the performance of Shannon Guy, who was so ill yesterday. She had to get medication to try to feel better. Her splits were not good. She really struggled, and she comes back today and turns in not only a gold medal performance, but a state record performance as well.
There's Shannon's mom. You know, you couldn't be happier. There's so much pressure on a swimmer to come back and repeat as a champion, let alone repeat as a champion 4 years and set a state record for 4 years. There's mom and Shannon giving a nice hug. What a great swim. What a great surprise to see her come back off of an illness and swim well today.
So now we move to the next event, the boys 100-yard butterfly. This is the consolation final. Mike Stein, the sophomore from Elkhorn, is in lane 3. Matt DeLisi is in lane 4. Frank Chumo, the junior from Prep, is in lane 5. And then 3 seniors, Wolt, Moritz, and Motion from East, Prep, and Pius X.
That is much like the consolation final of the 200 IM. Chumo was our lead swimmer there. Dylan Wolt was in that race as well. So repeat performance for those two.
And they're going to look over the times one more time because apparently some more touch problems and timing issues.
You know, going back to Shannon, I'm so happy for her. I don't think you can really appreciate the kind of pressure there is to when you're expected to win, expected to set state records year after year, and she was able to do it 4 years in a row. And what's nice is we're going to get to see Shannon for another 4 years in this pool because she signed with the University of Nebraska and would expect her to continue her outstanding performances for the Huskers. Looks like they got the problem resolved, and we're going to be ready to go with this consolation finals here shortly. I think that's an advantage for Bub to have a little bit of a delay there. He gets a little bit of extra rest, and I'm sure it's needed.
So this is the 100-yard butterfly. Chumo in lane 5, turned in the best time in this heat. Chumo's in 5, Wolt's in 6, DeLisi above Chumo in lane 4.
A little bit of a quick start there. They didn't hold them down too long, and the swimmers reacted well. Current leader in lane 4 looks pretty good. That's DeLisi for Lincoln Southwest, but Chumo coming on that second 25.
So into the last 50 now. Frank Chumo with the lead. Moritz in lane 7 is in second.
Well, Chumo has taken command this third 25. Just like the IM, he's going to take this consolation final and extend Creighton Prep's points.
So here's Frank Chumo, the junior from Prep, touching first in a time of 52.04. Drops 4/10 off his time from yesterday, and second was DeLisi. Moritz finishing in third, followed by Wolt, Motion, and Stein.
Moritz moved up a little bit for some extra points there. We'll see on the finish. At this point, he's sizing the wall. Came up a little bit short on that. As they approach the finish, they're looking at that wall and adjusting their stroke rate slightly so they are fully extended at the finish.
Well, Ray's with a state champ, a 4-time state champ, Ray.
You know, and I'm going to add one nice thing to that. They just said a 4-time state champ. Shannon, you are aware that you're the only swimmer who has broken the record 4 years in a row.
I understood that before I was going in.
No pressure, though, was there?
Yeah, there was a little bit, but I tried to keep it to a minimum.
You know, the thing that we talked about before we went on air is you were out 26-1, you come back 28-9, you came back so strong.
Yeah, it felt really great.
Was the goal for you to just take that first 50 and let it flow smooth and easy?
Yes, that's how I did it last year, and it worked out really well, so I tried it again this year, and it worked out great.
Something I noticed, you hit every turn and your finish, you hit it with a full stroke. Yeah. How important is that, and how do you train for that?
Oh, it's so important. And in this pool, it's pretty much luck. I mean, I trade turns and finishes like no other, but when it comes to the final race, it's just luck.
Well, not only a state champion in the 100 butterfly, but the first time ever, boy or girl, to break the record 4 years in a row. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations one more time to Shannon Guy, who is, and we've enjoyed watching her over the 4 years grow. I remember just as a freshman talking about what a phenom she could be and setting the record in her freshman year, and that she's come back and done it 4 consecutive years and won 4 consecutive golds.
Well, you know, and it's fun to watch great swimmers, but it makes it even more fun when they're great people. And you couldn't find a more fierce competitor than Shannon, but she's also a crowd favorite. She's a good team player. She's a leader of that Millard West Championship team. And I can tell you, she's getting this standing ovation from the crowd, not only for her great swims, but for her great personality and great inspiration to the other swimmers. We're going to miss you, Shannon.
Great moment there for a great senior and her head coach, Tracy Stauffer. So let's take a look at the final standings then of the 100-yard fly. Shannon Guy wins it, a new state record time, 55:05. Aaron Olchin finishing second. Phelps was in third, Postuma in fourth, Baldwin and Gregory fifth and sixth. Championship final of the boys 100-yard fly. Colin in lane 1, Alexander Jacobson in 4. Ryan Bubb, the defending state champ, is in 5. Pat Melitti's in lane 6. Ethan Abito is in 7, and Austin Weber is in lane 8. Bubb defending his state championship from last year in this event.
You know, I'd expect that Bubb, he's had time to put that race behind him. You see him hit the starting block a little bit. He's ready to go, and I'm sure that right now he's feeling I want to prove something in this 100 fly and go after it right from the start. I would look for him to be real aggressive right out of the start.
Ryan Bubb is your state meet record holder.
Bubb got off the blocks tremendous. He had, I think he may have even had a little bit of a roll on that start.
48.92 is the state record that Bubb set last year. 49.27 yesterday in the prelims, and he's out to the early lead.
Hey, we're out fast. He's on state record pace. He's under 23 at this point. Look for this third 25. He's got to keep that power, extend the lead.
Getting pushed by the prep swimmers on both sides of him, Jacobson and Melitti right there with him. But it's Bubb with about a 1-length lead.
It's going to be close. He's going to be real close to his state record coming to the wall.
Bubb will take gold the time, 49.25, just off his state record from last year. But Bubb, a 2-time now state champ in the 100 fly.
Here we see on the finish, it looked to me like that last 25, he came up a little bit short on the wall. It would have been nice to be fully extended with the arms, but a great race for Ryan. And I'll tell you, that's a big challenge for him to come back off of a 50 free like he did and swim that race to win the 100 fly.
Well, NET is your ticket to exciting sports action right in your living room. You can help us deliver inspiring sports programming by joining the NET Sports Partners Club. Your contribution helps to ensure that your favorite sports programs continue for years to come, and you'll receive some great thank you gifts with NET's appreciation for your support. You can log on to netnebraska.org, Sports Partners, and become a member today. Great opportunity to help us continue to bring you terrific sports programming. Here's the consolation final in the 100-yard free. Wright, Corgan, Anderson, Pingilly, Headley, and Downing. All seniors in the group except for Maggie Headley in lane 7. She's a junior.
Mariah Anderson in lane 5 from Outstate and Kearney. Mariah's senior year. She's a very good sprinter. We saw her in the top 6 of that 50 freestyle.
In lane 4 and 5. Lane 5 right now, Mariah Anderson. Lane 4, Whitney Corgan.
You'll see the swimmers, this third 25 is real important to take control of the race. I think whoever has a good lead on that last 25 is got to just maintain the stroke, keep the power going, and not get too excited.
And that's Mariah Anderson in lane 5. She has the lead by about a length. In lane 6, Julie Pingilly making a push, but Anderson will touch first, followed by Pingilly and Maggie Headley in lane 7. Anderson, Pingilly, Headley, Corgan, Downing, and Wright in that order.
You'll see that Mariah was able to keep her stroke rate very steady, a lot of power coming into the wall, and nice extension to hit that touch just perfect.
Well, now with another state champ, Ryan Bubb. Let's go down to Ray.
Yes, and a happy Ryan Bubb, I might say, from Lincoln East. Ryan, congratulations. What a great swim. I know the 50 has to be disappointing, and real quick, tell me, how, did you have any effects going into the 100 fly over the 50?
Well, you can't let it affect your next races. 50 was over with, had the 100 fly, had to focus on the 100 fly, and 50 was in the past, so there's nothing I could do about it.
Will we see you on the lead off on the 200 free relay?
I don't know, it depends. I don't know what my coach has in store for me yet. He might change up the relays a little bit.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Well, let's talk about the 100 fly, because you look so strong in that event. You hit all your turns nice and solid, came up a little short on the finish. Tell me about your work on the turns when you're going underwater.
Well, I've been really working on my underwaters this summer especially, trying to get 5 or 6 kicks off each wall. And I don't know, turns I worked on almost every day after morning practice, so those were one of the weak points in my swim.
Well, guess what? They're calling you up to the stand. Our champion, Ryan Bubb from East High. Congratulations.
All right, thank you very much, Ray. And there's Ryan Bubb getting ready to take the stand as the state champ in the 100 fly.
Ryan giving his teammate Ethan Abito a nice hug there.
Last year, Bubb, the outstanding swimmer of the state meet. And he wins his second straight 100 fly. So let's take a look at the results then of the boys 100 fly. There you see Bubb wins it. Malini was second, Jacobson third, so Prep goes 2 and 3. East goes 1 and 5, Crizzle finishing 4th. Weber in 5th, and Abito finishing in 6th. Now the girls 100 free. Consolation final, Aaron Wright's in lane 3, Whitney Corgan in 4. Mariah, all right, this is the finals of the 100 free. McGinn is in 3, Fee is in 4. Ballounis in lane 5. O'Connell, the 2-time defending champion, is in lane 6. Mickey Frazie's in lane 7, and Natalie Rinshaw in lane 8.
Much like the 200 IM, I think this could be one of the great races as well. You know, you gotta favor Ballounis out coming off of that 50 free and winning the championship there, but Emma O'Connell was very impressive in that 50 free, and I'd look for her to really make a race of this, that they're gonna go head to head.
Ballounis in lane 5, O'Connell in lane 6. Ballounis had the best time preliminarily yesterday, but O'Connell, the two-time defending champ, and there's your state record by Katie Eckel.
I thought Ballounis got off the block real well on that, had a little bit of an advantage, but Emma O'Connell is taking that first 50 out to kind of throw the gauntlet down and see who can win on the last 50 here.
Emma O'Connell, the junior from Millard West, with the lead. She is a two-time defending champ.
Emma looks real strong and in control. If she can hit that, she hit that last turn well. Ballounis is making her move.
So a sprint to the finish now. Ballounis in 5, O'Connell with the lead in 6. And O'Connell will hold on and win it. A 3-time state champ, Emma O'Connell from Millard West. 52:04 is the time.
A great move up for Emma O'Connell, giving her team those extra points. She took it, I'd say from the second 25 on, it wasn't even close. She took control. Look at this finish, staying right in the middle of the lane. A little short on the left hand, but a nice finish.
O'Connell in first, McGinn finishes in second up in lane 3 from Millard West. So Millard West goes 1-2 with O'Connell in first and McGinn a big move up into second. Third was Frazee, fourth was Ballounis. Well, out of the consolation heat of the boys 100 free. Keith Spotzler is in lane 3, Ryan Hogan in 4, Matt Franco is in 5, Jackson Carter's in 6, Michael Moyers from Ralston Gross is in lane 7, and Andrew Samlin from Omaha Burke is in lane 8.
Feel like a broken record saying that Creighton Prep top seed for the consolation final. No chance to move up, but he's got to keep that 7th place finish.
Not only is Franco the top seed of the consolation final, but 3 prep swimmers are in this event in the championship final as well.
You'll see the big wave coming into the wall. It's very difficult to come off the wall and stay below it with the least amount of resistance. Anybody's race at this point.
Ryan Hogan, the sophomore, in lane 4 with the lead at 50. But here comes Franco.
I think Franco's got a slight edge going into that 3rd turn. He came up real quick for the 4th 25, and here comes Jackson Carter out in lane 6.
Carter from Lincoln East, a senior, right with Franco, but Franco will touch first, followed by Carter and Hogan.
Jackson Carter had a tremendous turn coming off of that 3rd wall and really came on strong, but just not quite enough to take over Franco on the finish. You'll see Franco a little bit lower in the water. I think he had a little bit better touch with that left hand coming underneath.
Well, raised with a 3-time state champ, Emma O'Connell.
Guys, thank you very much. Emma, congratulations. Your 3rd victory in 3 years.
Thank you.
Now, I mentioned to you before, I thought your inside 50 lengths, the 2nd and 3rd lap, were your best. Do you train that way?
Yeah, like I want to swim the first 50 so I'm able to come back instead of just like dying my second 50.
And of course, Alexandria was out ahead of you at the 25. You caught her in the 50. Was that?
Yeah, I saw her and I was like, oh no. So I like picked it up maybe a little bit more than I was planning on originally, but.
Well, Emma, it was a great race. Congratulations on 3 championships in 3 years.
Thank you.
In the 100 free.
Thank you very much.
So that was Emma O'Connell with Ray Hupper poolside. Emma finished at a time of 52:04, and Millard West goes 1-2, and what a big jump it was for McGinn.
Well, Millard West is swimming great today. You know, they did well enough yesterday to really be the favorite coming into the championship today, but their girls are moving up and gaining more points. Tracy's got to just be thrilled with how his girls are swimming today.
So Elizabeth McGinn finishing second. Time of 52:59. And now they will introduce the state champion in the girls 100 free. Three-time state champ Emma O'Connell. And there's the applause for O'Connell.
The Millard West parents, are they waving the fans to cool off or cheer the girls on? A little toasty in here.
Big hug by her teammate, Elizabeth McGinn.
What a great thrill to have your teammates. There's nothing better than to go 1-2 in an event like that.
So look at the results then in the girls 100 free. West goes 1-2, O'Connell and McGinn. Frazee finishes in third. Alexandra Balunas in fourth. Alexis Fee in fifth, and Natalie Renshaw was sixth. Now to the final of the boys 100-yard freestyle. Let's take a look at the lane assignments. In lane 3, Ryan Meesh, sophomore from Columbus. Nick Bowens from Creighton Prep, one of 3 prep swimmers in this final heat. Caleb Sherman, another one in lane 5. Jack Morrill from Southeast. Dan Beeman of Bellevue West, and Gavin Hager, the junior from Prep, in lane 8. So another chance for big points for those junior Jays.
Real important for Caleb to get out fast in this 50. It's going to be a fairly tight field that it's important for him to take control of the race right from the start.
State record of this event held by Billy Kunkel, set last year, 45:32. He broke a more than 13-year-old record.
Caleb's your current leader, but Jack Morrow out in lane 6 is looking real strong right now.
Morrow leading at the 50. Sherman in second.
I like Caleb's stroke rate going into this third turn. Nice kick off the wall for Caleb, coming in strong this last 25.
And Caleb Sherman in the lead, and Caleb Sherman will pull away with it. Sherman touches first for the goal, followed by Morrow and Bowens.
Excellent times on the field for this race. Here at the finish, Caleb really extended his lead coming off of that third turn, and at the finish, no doubt who won that race.
So congratulations to Caleb Sherman, the champ in the 100-yard free. NET Sports coverage of the 2010 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals is brought to you in part by the Nebraska Public Power District, generating electricity with a balanced mix of energy resources, including wind. By the Nebraska Soybean Board, encouraging the use of renewable biodiesel fuels for a healthier environment. For information, nebraskasoybeans.org. And by Time Warner Cable, providing cable, internet, and digital phone service for your home or your business. State champs have been crowned. Here's a look at the girls 500 free consolation. This is the marathon of swimming. Alexa Gross of Omaha Marion in lane 3. Rachel Groen is in 4. Kaylin Dorheim is in 5. Carly Nelson 6. Laura Kuhn is in 7. And Miranda Block-Buller in lane 8. 4 sophomores in lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. A freshman in Alexa Gross in lane 3, and a junior from Grand Island in lane 8.
The longest race of the meet. This is 500 yards, 20 lengths of the pool. Probably the most grueling race for these kids. Looks like we're having some more technical issues to deal with here.
So you're going to go buy a new timing system for the Devaney Sports Center?
Well, that's on the agenda. In May, I guess we're getting a new timing system. The Special Olympics, the National Special Olympics, are going to be held here in Lincoln in the summer. And Devaney is going to be hosting the swimming portion, and they've got a new timing system coming in just in time.
It's like maybe we've had an inordinate amount of halts and pauses because of the timing system today.
We're overdue.
So they're in the water for the 500-yard free.
You'll see the swimmers, they're going to want to settle into their race, try to set a good pace that they can handle the entire race. You have a lot of them try to get a good rhythm. The lead swimmers, it's hard to tell who's going to try to take command early, but really the race won't develop until probably the last 200 yards, the last 8 lengths of the race.
Really important not only to be constantly aware of the fatigue of their muscle, but where they are, because this is one where you can draft a little bit, and depending on how much of the lane you use, you may add some yards to that 500.
Exactly. Early on, you'll see them stay in the center position of the lane, and then as the race develops, they can see opportunities that they may move over on a lane marker to get a draft, sometimes maybe even help a teammate in a situation like that. You know, Larry, a couple of weeks ago, swimming in Nebraska had a tremendous loss. Ray and I both had the pleasure of knowing a gentleman, Dr. Richard Hammer. Doc Hammer was one of the volunteers, one of the charter members of the Cornhusker State Games. He and 3 other gentlemen had the concept, developed the idea of what is today the Cornhusker State Games, hosting over 15,000 athletes. But he was also a big leader in swimming, a volunteer at the state meets for as long as I can remember. And so our hearts go out to the Hammer family, and thank you for all the years. And Ray, you had kind of a special connection with Doc Hammer.
Well, you know, I came to Lincoln in 1973. And Dick Hammer was very instrumental with the Lincoln Swim Club. And, you know, the one thing that always impressed me about Doc Hammer, and that is, I learned a long time ago, that you're a good conversationalist if you know how to listen. And Dick Hammer was one that was a great listener. He would listen to problems that the club would be having, and at his right moment, he'd give the suggestions, and everybody listened to him. He's going to be sorely missed, but he will be remembered quite a bit, Matt. A man of what he's done for swimming and state games in Nebraska. He will be remembered for years and years. And what a great family he had. He had 3 boys, and they swam all at Lincoln High, and it was at that time back in the 70s, it was appropriate, or I won't say appropriate, that's a bad term, but you'd see a lot of the good swimmers at Lincoln High that might jump over to Southeast, or they may jump, but they stayed at Lincoln High, and they swam at Lincoln High, and they were just such a great family. But Dick Hammer was very instrumental in all the swimming here. I'm just honored to have worked for him, known him, and you know, been a part of his swimming life.
Well, Doc Hammer, I think, is the role model for volunteerism in the community, not just swimming, but you know, here's a guy that we can all look to as an example of helping whatever your interest is, swimming, soccer, whatever your passion is. Doc Hammer was a good example of how to follow that dream.
Well, Matt, he also, I'll tell you what, he never took anything overly serious. That if you were down in the dumps, he'd bring you back up. And I remember talking with his oldest son, Mark, at the funeral. And I said, it was the most amazing funeral. Everybody was so up and joyous. And again, it was the celebration of his life. I said, Mark, how could you do that? He said, my dad made us all promise that we were going to be upbeat. And that's the way Dick Hammer was.
Nearing the end of this consolation final, the girls 500 free. Carly Nelson, the sophomore, from Lincoln East, well out in front.
Carly Nelson swimming a great race. She's got a commanding lead. She had a big time drop here yesterday coming into the state meet, and she's well on her way today. I think her goal was to set a school record, and I think she's right on pace to accomplish that task. 2 lengths to go.
Well, here's Carly Nelson into her final turn, being pushed a bit on her right by Kaylin Dorheim, the sophomore from Westside. As we mentioned, 4 sophomores in this final heat. And here comes Carly Nelson home for Lincoln East with the lead. Dorheim is closing the gap a bit, but will not catch Carly Nelson, who touches first and wins this consolation final of the girls 500 free. Finishing second was Kaylin Dorheim, and in third from Millard West, Laura Kuhn.
Nice finish here for Carly. She has such an awesome stroke rate, tremendous power under the water, very constant, and finishes that 500 free consolation final with a win.
Rays down poolside, another state champ. It's Caleb Sherman, the champ in the 100 free.
And only a junior, guys, from Creighton Prep, so we're going to hear a lot more of Caleb. Caleb, great swim on that 100. You know, I had you out in a 22.6. You look so smooth going out. You weren't even in the lead at the 50, but boy, did you bring it on the third 25.
Oh, thank you. Our coach taught us to take it out easy but fast, so I try to apply that there and then just bring it home fast.
Of course, in the 50 free, we heard from sprinters that they'll only take 1 or 2 breaths. What's your breathing pattern in 100?
I usually breathe every 4, every 3 for the 100.
And talk to me a little about the turns, because we know they're so important in a sprint race. How long do you try and stay underwater before you pop up and swim?
Well, my underwaters aren't as good as some others, but I need to work on those, so I just do 2 or 3 dolphin kicks, and then I just go straight to the swimming.
Well, Caleb, congratulations on a great victory. All of you at Creighton Prep are swimming awful well. I know you got 2 relays coming up, so the best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Ray. With Caleb Sherman, the junior from Creighton Prep, who is a state champ in the boys 100-yard free.
Nicely done by Caleb to tell us that he's got room for improvement on his turns and what have you. I'm sure he'll work on those the next 12 months. So what he's telling us is he has some room to get faster.
So here's Caleb Sherman being introduced as the state champ in the 100-yard free.
He had a great last 25. You know, he doesn't get out as fast as a lot of swimmers would, and sometimes that may create an opportunity for somebody to catch him by surprise, but boy, he'll run him down that last 25. That's Terry Struble, Tom Beck's assistant coach. She does a great job keeping the boys in line, kind of the team mom, as well as a good swim coach.
So Caleb Sherman picks up the 16 points for finishing in first. Jack Morrow of Southeast is second. Bounds from Creighton Prep is third. Ryan Meesh of Columbus fifth. Dan Beeman from Bellevue West, and Gavin Hager from Creighton Prep. And with all those points that Creighton Prep garnered there, a total of 28, 30, about 37 points in that race alone for Creighton Prep. Here's a look at the girls' 500 free finals. Molly Kroger's in lane 3. Fawn Weil is in 4. In lane 5, your defending champ, the junior from Omaha Marion, Christy Kunkel. Molly McNeil, the sophomore, in lane 6. Grace Rayner and Claire McKay are in 7 and 8. McKay was third last year. Fawn Weil, who is in lane 4, was the runner-up to Christy Kunkel, who won it.
And Larry, because this is such a grueling race, it's a new day. And yesterday the goal was to make top 6, get into this championship final. Some swimmers don't go 100% on the prelims to save a little bit for that final championship final to have an advantage. I think this could prove to be one of the best races. I said over third one, but this is going to be a close race. I think there's 3 swimmers that are going to just go head-to-head.
Jen Kochis with the state record. They would have to knock 10 seconds off of their preliminary time close to the record of the Northeastern recruit.
Not sure we're going to see a state record, but I think we're going to see a great race. And my guess is that's going to be right there, 5, 6, and 7. We're seeing it set up right now. Grace Rayner, I thought, looked the easiest yesterday. She just swam through that prelim. Her shoulders were not real red and tired at the end of the race. So let's see if she has some room to drop. Molly McNeil in lane 6. She always gives 100%, and she's going to be right in the thick of it.
McNeil is a sophomore for Lincoln Northeast. You know, the Omaha World Herald keeps track of the top 10 best all-time times. Great job by the World Herald staff to kind of track where everybody is over the years and comparing times. And Kunkel debuted at 8th on the all-time list in the 500 free with that 5:04.97 yesterday.
Well, we're seeing things set up nicely. It looks to me like Molly wants to set the tone for the race. She wants to take that lead. Christy hanging off just a little bit, hugging the lane line, though. Possibly getting a nice draft off of Molly. I'd look for Christy just to try to keep that stroke rate where it's at right now. And it's hard to tell. Her coaches, I'm sure, have gone through the race, but at some point, she's going to make a run and try to take command of this race. As the race develops, we'll see what point that is.
Kunkel is in lane 5. Molly McNeil is in 6. Fawn Weil is in lane 4. Fawn finishing 2nd last year, the runner-up to Kunkel.
Molly's doing a nice job at this point, keeping good lane position right in the middle. Very, very steady as she goes. Each 50 is real tight, just tenths of each other. She's got a very good rhythm going right now.
Right now, the race between Kunkel and McNeil for first, and the race for third is between Raynor and Weil in lanes 4 and 7.
Little different styles between our two lead swimmers. Molly likes to have that little bit faster, more aggressive stroke rate to keep control, and Christy is a little bit slower, a little bit more power under the water.
McNeil still with the lead.
I think these next 4 lengths are critical for these swimmers. They've got to stay in the race to have a chance to win. Molly is trying to extend that lead slightly and put it out of reach for Christy, but it looks to me like Christy's just trying to respond and stay right there with her.
One of the tricks of the trade that some of these swimmers will use throughout the season are those tempo timers that they will put in their caps sometimes to try to help them with their tempo in some of the longer races.
Yeah, and they can use those in practice, but
right.
they're not able to in meets. And I think if you become dependent on it in practice, I don't know. I suppose it helps some, but looks to me like Molly is extending that lead, that there is no question that she's in control of this race. And I think at this point, it's too far for Christy to come from behind.
So 3 lengths left.
Molly, nice job. That last 200, she really took control of the race, extended her lead. She made the move first. Nice legs here. The last 50 race, Molly Mendes, 50 yards. Oh, he's got the championship.
So Molly McNeil from Lincoln Northeast, just a sophomore in the lead. The Finn State champ, Christy, like cheer from Omaha Marion, well back. And now here's the final 25 for Molly McNeil.
No question.
McNeil will bring home the state championship for Lincoln Northeast. McNeil touches first at a time of 5:02.9. Kunkel is second at 5:06.34. Finishing in third is Grace Rayner, and fourth, Fawn Weil.
Well, Molly capturing her first state championship. She's only a sophomore. So we'll get to see her another 2 years. Here she is at the finish. She's really swam a great race, kept it right down the middle of the pool, swam her own race. Probably with about 200 yards to go, she made a nice move to extend the lead, and there was no chance for Christy to close the gap.
So Molly McNeil takes the first state championship home of this meet for Lincoln Northeast. And now we move to the boys' 500-yard free consolation. Chad Wiley is in lane 3. Jacob Matheson is in 4. Robert Gasnick is in 5. Jeff Leibov is in lane 6. Kevin Falk in lane 7. And Tyler Mills, the senior from Southwest, is in lane 7. A 500-yard free for the consolation final. 2 prep swimmers here in this consolation. 2 from Millard North as well.
The state record in this event is, he's not swimming it this year. Caleb Sharman, our state record holder, with a 4:30.76. You know, here's where tough choice come in for Coach Tom. Had to make a conscious decision. He actually swam Caleb in the short races, the 100 and 200 free, and I felt like it was best for the team to accomplish that team goal of the 400 points and have Zach Jacobson, the junior, take control of this race.
Tough not to swim a guy that set a state record the year before.
Yeah, boy. you envy Tom, and at the same time, I feel sorry for him.
Yeah. Well, that's the disappointing thing, is he had so many swimmers, did Tom Beck, that qualified to come to state that couldn't be here, and then not only that don't get to come participate at state, but they can't find room in the building for them to be here.
Well, hats off to Tom and Terry of managing that situation. He does a good job of treating all the boys the same, and they are all an equal part of this championship and an equal part of their team goals as they come. You know, there's been a lot of talk, Larry, here in the last month since the Olympics about the super suits. The swimsuits that we read about so much that were breaking world records. And I read an interesting, they did some research. Somebody a lot smarter than us actually looked at the times before these suits and after these suits. And there was very interesting to me that what he concluded was the swimsuits really had little or no effect for the average swimmers. Now, for Olympic swimmers, the world record holders, that gap got quite a bit wider. And the reason being is they said the suits are designed to reduce the resistance in the water. So the logic tells him that the faster you're going, the more of an impact that those super suits had in reducing the resistance. The slower you are, really the less impact you have. And you know, comparatively, our high school swimmers in Nebraska compared to a Michael Phelps, you know, I think it's going to have much less of an effect than maybe what people were expecting. And that's why we're seeing guys like Bub, Shannon Guy, all of these swimmers, they're still breaking records. So I'm glad that they changed the rule. I think the super suits maybe caused a little bit of controversy, but I don't think it's going to have a big impact on our high school championships. And over time, you're going to see world records get broken again.
And those full body suits that we had become so familiar over the last 3 or 4 years here at the state, we don't see any there because the rule now is not allowed to wear a full body suit if you're a male swimmer in competition.
Right. And they actually leveled it for both male and female. The rule is it can't extend beyond the knees, so you have suit on your thigh, and it can't go over the shoulder for the women. It can't go above the waist, then go above the neck for the women. So, you know, I think it leveled the playing field. Also, the suits can't have any zippers in them, and it has to be made of a textile product. So I'm really glad to see them make that change, and it's all about how fast the swimmers are, not how fast the suit is.
Well, the buzzword in swimming had become buoyancy, not performance, and when so much of the focus was placed on that as opposed to the competition and the performance on the pool, it probably wasn't a positive thing for the sport.
Well, when a suit can trap air, and they like, the swimsuit manufacturers were saying it repels water. Well, that's true, but it also traps air, which makes you more buoyant. Also, other rule is you can't have more than one suit on at a time. Now, I challenge the officials how you keep track of that. I won't go into that one, but I'm glad I'm not an official.
All right.
Ray, I think Ray Huppert, he swam in a wool swimsuit. He had top and bottom trunks with stripes across them, you know, Johnny Weissmuller size.
Well, Johnny, yeah, you're right, Matt, but Johnny Weissmuller was swimming right next to me.
Here we are, the last 50 of the race. Our Creighton prep swimmer in the lead.
So Robert Gasnick in lane 5, well out in front, coming into his final 25 now. Gasnick in 5, in lane 6, that's Jeff Leibov from Millard North.
Well, performing as expected. Creighton prep swimmers have done a great job maintaining position and in some cases moving up where they can.
Well, great job by Gasnick, touching first, Leibov and Falk finishing second and third. So Millard North goes 2-3 in the 500 consolation.
Gasnick had a nice drop there from prelim to final.
4:52.42 was his time. Dropped about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds.
Here at the finish, you see him just keeping it right down the middle and finishing for the win of that consolation final and those extra points for the team. Closing in at 400.
Let's go down poolside with our state champ. Here's Molly McNeil with Ray.
Well, congratulations, Molly, from Lincoln Northeast. What a great swim, 500 free.
Thanks.
Now, I asked you before, a lot of people that swim the 500 free like further distance. How about you?
Yes, definitely. I love the mile and even longer for an open water in a lake.
So you consider this a sprint?
Yeah, this is an all-out sprint for me.
Yeah, for a 57, a 101, 101.9, 101.8, and a 101.2. Are you happy how even you swam?
Yeah, you know, that's the goal. Try to keep it even. Just stay steady and pull it out.
Now, obviously, your competition, Christy Kunkel, you've swum with her before. Do you know her tendencies? Do you sort of change your race around people?
No, I kind of just stick with what I do, go out there and race. And, you know, I love Christy. I've been swimming against her since I was like 5. So, I mean, I've been racing with her forever, and she's a great competitor.
Well, guys, she's only a sophomore, but state champion in the 500 free from Lincoln Northeast, Molly McNeil.
Thanks.
That's great to see. So a state champ from Lincoln Northeast, Molly McNeil, and she's certainly excited, winning the first state championship for Northeast in his 2010 state championships. And now she'll make her way to the podium.
Giving her that gold medal is Kyle Hunt, head coach for Northeast.
And the girls team standings, Millard West leading at 179, Omaha Marion with 142 after that event. So Millard West up by 37 points. And congratulations to Molly McNeil. To the final standings in the 500 free for the girls, McNeil finishing in first, Kunkel in second, Grace Raynor in third, Molly Kroger fourth, McKay and Weil round out the top 6. Guys' turn now, boys 500-yard free, championship final. We told you Caleb Sherman won this last year. He set a state record, but you will not see Caleb Sherman on that list. Blake Frederick in lane 3, Miles Hector in 4, Zach Jacobson finished 4th last year. He is in lane 5. Andrew Nelson of Beatrice is in lane 6. Ian Cadu, the sophomore from Lincoln East, got into the finals, and Tom Peets in lane 8 from Omaha West Side.
Well, Zach Jacobson, you know, we talked about the brothers. His brother Alex in that 100 fly did a nice job, and we got the top seed of Zach swimming this 500 free.
Let's see, Frederick, Hector, Jacobson, Nelson, Cadu, and Peets. Once again, Jacobson finishing 4th last year. Best qualifying time yesterday, 43.88. The record was set just last year by Caleb Sherman, and Caleb obviously not in this race today.
You know, look for Jacobson early on. It looks like he's wanting to take the lead, take command of the race. It's real important that they find that rhythm early and figure out what kind of a pace they want to have. You'll see the coaches on the side of the pool as they swim by. They'll look to the side and get hand signals from the coaches to get an idea. They know exactly where they're at during this race. They know their splits. They do this in practice every day. You'll also see the counters at the end of the pool providing signals to the swimmers, and that comes directly from the coach, indicating to them whether to pick up the stroke rate, pick up the pace a little bit, and go make sure they're staying on the game plan.
Jacobson and Nelson. 1-2 in lanes 5 and 6.
Andrew Nelson hugging that lane rope early on, wanting to stay in this race and maybe indicate to Jacobson that he'd like to go after that first place finish. We've got a nice field out in lane 4. That's Miles Hector for Creighton Prep. Blake Frederick in lane 3. That's our southeast swimmer.
You certainly mentioned it, we've mentioned it a few times, but Caleb Sherman not swimming in here after setting that state record last year. And it's really because Creighton Prep only has so many entries. Each individual swimmer only has so many individual entries. They can enter twice in the relays and twice in individual. And so you really take a look at what, as a team, allows us to score the most points.
Exactly. And on top of those individual limitations you talked about, as a team, Creighton Prep can enter 4 swimmers in each event total. Tom Beck, being the engineer that he is, I bet he's run this lineup every which way to maximize the number of points in this meet. And you know, then on top of that, it's easy to look at the numbers and times of what's best for the team, but then it's the unknown. How is Alex Jacobson going to do in this 500 free up against Andrew Nelson? Are there any surprises in there? Well, Tom does a nice job. I think he really does well at not only knowing what his kids are going to be, but where they're going to stick up at the end of the race. You see Alex starting to take him into this race. He moved a little bit over to the center of the lane and is extending the lead with about 200 yards to go.
I wonder, we talk about qualifying times for state. You know, I've had so many swimmers qualify. How exactly do they come up with that qualifying score? It's like an 18th place finish average for the previous 3 years. So there's a little bit of science involved there into coming up with that qualifying time.
Well, there is, and you know, it's not just that first place time of a Shannon Guy setting a state record. It's that 18th place time that will tell us who the swimmers are for the coming years. You know, well, you could have an event be very fast for a 3-year period and make that state qualifying time very difficult. Right. So, but it's very fair. Over time, it evolves, and we end up. One thing about this sport compared to, say, basketball or some other sports that are more subjective, we end up with the top 24 at the state swim meet, no doubt. They fill the events if they have room to fill out 24, but we're guaranteed to have the best 24 swimmers.
So 3 lengths of the pool left in the championship final. Right now, Zach Jacobson of Creighton Prep in control in lane 5, opening up that lead over Andrew Nelson in lane 6. Nelson hung with him until about halfway through, and Zach looked over and said, "We'll see you at the end of the race."
Well, we've got a great race coming here for 4th place. It's a horse race between those guys from one end of the pool to the other.
Creighton Prep's junior Zach Jacobson will touch first at a time of 4:40.81 to finish first. Finishing second in lane 6 is Andrew Nelson, and the battle for 3rd is going to go to lane 4.
Miles Hector.
Hector of Creighton Prep. So Creighton Prep goes 1-3 in the event.
Nicely done.
Andrew Nelson of Beatrice finishing second.
Here at the end, looked like nice finish there. There's no question. And Andrew tried to hang in the race as long as he could, but he maintained that second place finish.
So the finish goes Jacobson, Nelson, Hector, Peets, Cadu finishes 5th, and Frederick in 6th. Well, if you'd like a DVD of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships, you can log on to netnebraska.org and click the Shop NET tab, or just give a call, 800-868-1868. You could listen to exciting championship for years to come. NET is Nebraska's home for championship sports. And this is just the beginning of a busy championship on NET with the Swimming and Diving Championships. Here's the 200 consolation. The relay on the girls' side. Omaha Burke in lane 3, Millard South is in 4, Papillion is in 5, Southeast 6, Kearney in lane 7, and Norfolk is in lane 8.
And our apologies to parents and spectators who are not provided what the relay members' names are prior to this event. There's any 4 of the 8 that are listed in our program, so we apologize for not giving that personal recognition, but the coaches don't always have time or able to get us their relay order and the relay names.
Many times they're making decisions at the last minutes, or maybe a race or 2 ahead, and they're focused on getting their athletes ready and ready to swim. So maybe the last thing on their mind is you, coming up and running information to you.
Imagine that, but the first thing on my mind is to recognize the swimmer, so I feel bad that I don't have their name.
That's right.
I wish I was good enough I could just recognize 100 girls from 50 yards away here, but I don't recognize my own daughter in the pool.
With caps and goggles on, right?
Exactly.
In lane 5, that's still Papillion La Vista with the lead. That's a team of Phelps, Robbins, Williams, Gregory, Roberts, Kundinger, Hull, and Stanton. And now in lane 4, Millard South taking over. Cooper, Fetter, Moreland, Downing, Baker, Heeb, Thompson, and Higgins in lane 4.
Different philosophies on these free relays. There are some coaches that like to lead off with their fastest swimmer to get clean open water. That's what you'll see from Kearney. But for other teams, they like to save their best swimmer last and come from behind for a victory.
Millard South still in the lead in lane 4. The battle for second right now is in lanes 5 and 6. That's Papillion La Vista and Lincoln Southeast. This the consolation final of the girls 200 free. And in lane 5, here comes Papillion La Vista. Lincoln Southeast also making a move in 6.
It'll be a close race right down to the wall. Southeast coming on strong.
Southeast is in 6. Millard South in 4. Papillion La Vista's falling back, and touching first is Lincoln Southeast. Millard South second, Papillion La Vista finishing in 3rd in the consolation final. So a nice swim by that Southeast team of Lily Heinrichs.
Here at the finish, you'll see Southeast, that last swimmer really did a great job, the back 25, and see how the left arm was fully stretched, pushed the shoulder a little bit harder to get that win.
And again, these swimmers may not have been on this team, but they were listed on the team. Heinrichs, Lewicki, Morrow, Magnum, Dicely, Luce, Umberger, and Wex.
And Lily Heinrichs is a diver.
That's right. Listen on the ship.
Give her a score for the start.
Let's go down Ray with another state champ.
We're very happy. Zach Jacobson from Creighton Prep, another champion for Prep here in the 500 free. Zach, congratulations. What a great food swim. You know, your splits 52-3, 57-2, 57-4, 56-9. I don't know how you swim it any smoother.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Is this what you train?
Yeah, we train long sets, so I don't know, I guess that gave me enough strength in it.
100 for an event, like to go down to the 200?
I like to go up like mile, 1,000. Those are more my events. This is my shortest freestyle event that I do.
And of course, you had a brother who earlier won a gold medal in the medley relay. So it's a great family outing right now for the Jacobsons.
Yeah, it'll be a fun night.
Well, and all for all of Creighton Prep. What a great swim, Zach. Only a junior, 500 free champion with a time of 4.8. Great job.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations to Zach Jacobson, the junior from Creighton Prep, your champ in the 500-yard free. And Creighton Prep just continues to open up that lead, Matt. They now have 267 team points.
Well, 123 to go, and we'll have that 400 point. Every point counts.
So there's Zach, and congratulations to the state champ for the Junior Jays. Worth mentioning again that last year Creighton Prep set the team record for total points in the state meet, 369. On pace right now to break that record, and the goal is to get over 400. Here's a look at the results then. Zach Jacobson finishing in first, Andrew Nelson second, Miles Hector from Prep is in third, Pete's in fourth, Ian Canoe of Lincoln East, just a sophomore, finishing fifth, and Blake Frederick of Southeast is sixth. So now to the girls 200 free relay championship final. Lincoln East will be in lane 3, Marion in lane 4. Omaha Duchesne has everyone returning from last year in their second place finish from a year ago. Millard West, the defending champ in this event. Ralston Gross in lane 7 and Westside in lane 8.
Well, this is going to be a horse race here, because Marion, Duchesne, and Millard West, any of them can win. I'd have to have Millard West be the favorite. And I would also bet that the winner of this race, it's going to be a state record to win.
There's Millard's West. Ellie McGinn. Ellie McGinn will lead it off for Millard West. Tracy Stauffer giving us that lineup before the meet began. There's your state record held by Marion in 2003. Also for Duchesne, Meredith Colombo in lane 5.
Stababby Marion in 4, but it's all way.
Good lead leg by Ellie McGinn, and Jill off to Shanghai. The second swimmer in for Millard West. O'Connell and McGinn all swam champion team from a year ago. Chip Pengill, a new swimmer to this relay.
Minutes turn for Millard West, going down deep, getting underneath that wave, and they're extending their lead.
More than a length now. Shannon opens up and hands it off to Julie Pengill.
Pengill getting on top of the quick off the start.
Good push in lane 5. Brianna Ballounis.
Ballounis making a run here on the third leg, but I don't think there's any way that somebody's going to catch Millard West.
Emma Connell now in the water for Millard West.
Emma, the champion in that 100 freestyle a few minutes ago, and our champion in the 50, coming up strong in 5.
And Alexandra Ballounis chasing her for Omaha Duchesne in lane 5.
She's going to close the gap, but not enough. Emma Connell going away.
So O'Connell will touch at a time of 136.27, about a second and a half off of the state record, but a great race and great run by Millard West. Omaha Duchesne finishing in second, followed by Marion.
A nice finish for Emma O'Connell. With Tracy, it was probably hard to decide who to swim first and fourth. Emma keeping the lead going right there. They have over a body length, a little bit short on the finish, but a nice swim.
So Millard West, for the second year in a row, wins the 200-yard free relay. Now to the consolation final of the boys 200 free. Kearney is in lane 3, Elkhorn in 4, Omaha Burke is in lane 5, Southwest in 6, Ralston Gross in lane 7, and in lane 8 is Millard West.
We talked about those relay orders. Kearney out in lane 3 on the outside. They're going to have their fastest swimmer lead this race off, Kirk O'Connell. He was in our consolation final of the 50 earlier.
Is he asking for a prom date with that question on his... I think he's asking somebody to go to prom there. All sorts of ways to communicate, huh? Thought social media was hot.
Ralston Gross taking the lead early on. They've got nice, clean, open water. Transitions are so important. Good exchange.
So Ralston Gross in first, Kearney in second after the first 50.
Nice leadoff swim for Ralston. That was a 21.88. That would have funneled.
Still with the lead, lane 7, Ralston Gross. Really opening up that lead now, more than a length.
Much like Westside Elkhorn, we've Ralston and Gross fighting for a team championship here.
Ralston Gross with the lead. They'll hit the water on the final leg with the advantage. The team of Michael Moyers, Jacob Yake, Trenton Howell, Brett Shanahan, and Alfred Subaki.
Excellent exchanges for Ralston Gross in 7.
They've got the lead. It's going to be tough to catch. Nobody will catch Ralston Gross in 7. So consolation final, 100-yard free relay goes to Ralston Gross. Kearney finishing in second. And in third, Millard West.
Here at the finish, real important not to get too excited. Nice extension on the finish. Perfect finish for him. Very happy Ralston Gross relay team there.
3 seniors, a junior, and a freshman on that Ralston Gross team that won that consolation final. Ray's with some more state champs poolside. Ray.
Yeah, it's like old home week right now with Millard West. The champions in the 200 free relay, Ellie McGinn, Shannon Guy, Julie Pengilly, and Emma O'Connell. Congratulations, lady. What a great time, 136.2. Now tell me, Ellie, you're the leadoff swimmer. What's the most important thing for you to do?
To get us out in front and give us the lead, because who knows what can happen in the 50. So honestly, just get us out there and going fast.
Shannon, you have to trust Ellie to finish strong on your takeoffs. Ladies, how often do you practice your starts?
Oh, we've been doing this relay all year, so I got plenty of practice.
And Julie, obviously being a butterflyer and a breaststroker, and I'm speaking about Shannon, she knows how to finish long
yes,
with
she
a
does.
stretch. So you don't have much problem, do you?
No.
And tell me, Emma, you just came out of the 100. Was it tough getting back up?
I had the 500s to cool down a little bit, so it wasn't that. It was not, no.
Well, again, congratulations to Millard West. Are you ready for the headbutt?
Yeah.
You guys did a great job. Our champions in the 200 free, Millard West.
In unison, they were ready for the headbutt.
They know it's coming. By the end of the meet, they got bruises on their heads. Millard West has been up there many times.
So congratulations to Millard West as you see Marion finishing in third on the stand there. Duchenne in second is walking up. And the state champ in the 200-yard free relay, Millard West. Elizabeth Ginn, Shannon Guy, Julie Pengilly, and Emma O'Connell. Other members of that team, Fawn Weil, Carly Zeimer, Karen Ilg, and Emily McCoy.
You know, it's nice that you mentioned those because so often it's those alternate swimmers that performed in the prelims to get this championship team on that top medal stand for the championship final. All of these kids are equally as important. It gives the Shannon guys a little chance to rest because they are heavily in demand here in the championship final.
There's the headbutt for Guy from Tracy Stauffer. Stauffer has said the head coach since Millard West opened up tiers. Oh, he's been a 15-year coach Millard West, 54-year head coach overall.
Does a great job with those, and you know, in addition to that, he also has a team. He just works well with kids.
Here's your final stage of the 200 free. On the girls' side, Millard West, Duchenne, Marion, Westside, East, and Ralston Gross rounding out the finals. Millard West opens up that team lead as well. They now are on top by 47 points in the team lead. Now to the guys. But for real finals. Millard's is in prep, defending state champ in this event. 5. Lincoln East finished second last year. Spartans in lane 6. Westside in lane 7. and the Knights of Lincoln Southeast in lane 8.
Here we go again, Larry. Last year's record, Creighton Prep, 124.15. I think it's just a question of how much they're going to break the record this year. That medley, taking 2 seconds off of a state record, is unbelievable. But this is a strong relay for them as well. Lincoln East is leading off with Ethan Abito. I was kind of hoping maybe we'd see Bob in that lead off to see what he would have done in the 50 with a good clean turn.
Creighton Prep in the lead early in lane 5. Prep going after the state record, 124.15.
We've got a good lead here, Creighton Prep with clean water. You'll see as they come in the wall, when that swimmer dives in, it makes a big splash for those other swimmers trying to get to the wall. Big lead for Creighton Prep in this 200 free relay.
Almost 2 lengths for Creighton Prep. Third leg in the water.
Prep has been setting records in every meet during the season as they go. This one is bragging rights for the fastest of the fast.
Final leg of the water for Creighton Prep. The team for Prep, Jacobson, Hansen, Wilt, Hager, Malitti, Bowens, North, and Sherman. They've already set 1 relay record today. Can they make it 2?
Malitti coming into the wall.
124.15, the record just off. 124.35, 0.2 of a second off the state record, but nevertheless, another state championship for Creighton Prep.
Nice swims. Here we see Malitti coming into the wall here. Excellent finish. All 4, I thought, swam very good races. It just gets a little difficult, a 10th here and a 10th there, and you're out of that state record. Lincoln East did a nice job there to get second.
So the title there goes to Creighton Prep. After the break, we'll check out the boys' state diving championships, which were held on Thursday. More coming up.
Programming made possible by Time Warner Cable, inspiring young people to build the skills they need in science, technology, engineering, and math to become the problem solvers of tomorrow. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
You're on vacation in the mountains. Got the kids, the dog, and your tent. Your son says hiking is lame, so you try rock climbing. It ends up being harder than it looks. Now you're in the hospital wishing you'd stayed home. But you've got Blue Cross and Blue Shield, so you know you're covered, even though you're out of state. So you relax, which is why you went on vacation in the first place. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska. One less thing to worry about.
Hey, college doesn't just happen. You have to push yourself as you go to high school. Don't be afraid to take classes like Algebra 2, Biology, or a foreign language. They can help raise your ACT score and prepare you for college. I was smart and cool, but I took tests and I passed. But what are you waiting for? Push yourself over to your counselor's office and sign up for them. They won't be easy, but you'll be glad you did.
Join the Sports Partners Club because sports partners like you make NET Sports Action possible.
I'm Ray Suarez for in-depth coverage of the global events that affect your life, as well as complete coverage of top domestic news. Tune into the PBS NewsHour.
Thank you. Can I help you today?
No thanks. I'm just looking. Oh, this is cute. So?
Too tight-headed! Yeah!
You wouldn't do it there. So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
Like they're the fashion police.
Welcome back to the Devaney Sports Center pool for the 2010 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships. 18 events now in the books, and want to remind you that our lineup of NSAA championship events continues in March on NET Sports. You can be with us for live coverage of both the girls and boys NSAA state basketball tournaments from right here at the Devaney Sports Center. The girls' state finals are next Saturday. The boys' championship finals are Saturday, March 13th, with action in all 6 classes and all in beautiful high definition on NET HD. Remember, NET Sports is Nebraska's home for sports. Well, earlier on Thursday, we've showed you the girls' championship diving results. Let's take a look at the boys. We're going to show you the final 3 rounds from Thursday here at the Devaney Sports Center pool. The boys' state diving championships. Here's a look at Corey Swarbrick, a sophomore from Bellevue West. He's going to try a forward 1.5 somersault with 1 twist, a 2.2 degree of difficulty, and a score of 33. That puts him in 3rd place after that dive. Another sophomore, Eric Gustafson of Southeast. A back dive for Eric. 1.6 degree of difficulty. Nice entry by Gustafson. 31.2. Now Brian Hansen. Brian's a junior from Lincoln East, an inward double somersault. This has a high degree of difficulty.
2.8 on this one. Great rotation, just a little short, couldn't extend the legs, but he still got 35 points because of that DD.
Todd Lutzinger, the freshman from Scott Mount Michael, an inward dive.
This is a 1.5 DD. Kind of a bread and butter dive here. Feet went slightly over the top, but was able to get 24 points.
Hudson for dive finals from Elkhorn.
Back dive straight, 1.5 DD. Nicely, good clean entry.
Now from Bellevue West, a senior, John Yonkers.
He's doing a back 1.5 with a 2.0 degree of difficulty. It's real difficult to get that rotation going and stop upright. Legs were slightly bent on the entry there. 25 points.
It's June from Kearney, 10th place coming into the dive.
That's doing a back 1.5 with a half twist, 2.1 DD. You get the rotation of the somersaults, and then to throw a twist in there makes it a little bit difficult. Did a nice job, a little bit bent at the waist, but 31.5 points with that dive.
3rd highest score of this round. Addison with the sophomore from Ralston Gross.
Doing a reverse dive. Nicely done. Good clean entry, 30.6 points.
After that dive, he remained in 1st place. David Bunker from North Platte.
Forward 1.5 somersault, 1.6. Legs were a little bit split there in the entry in the water, but 21.6 points.
Merrick McAllister from Omaha Burke. Merrick's just a sophomore.
Merrick's doing a back dive, 1.6 DD. Nice job, 19.2.
There's Clark Kachurik, senior from Millard West.
Clark's doing a back dive, 1.5. You'll see a lot of these divers, they've got to make the final rounds, and so their lower degree of difficulty sometimes are in the last rounds so that they could make the cut. Nicely done for Clark, 25.5.
And finally, in the 1st round of the finals, 1st dive of the finals, Kevin Cook, the junior from Scott Mount Michael.
Kevin's doing a back dive, 1.6. Feet were a little bit over, but 29.6 points on that.
A lot of these divers, too, Matt, are These are dives that they've been practicing throughout the year because typically they're not diving 11 different rounds in previous meets.
Exactly. We've got Corey doing an inward 1.5, 2.2. A little close. Ooh. Came over on the feet. 41.80 on that. Nicely done. You want to get as close to the board without hitting it.
Here's Eric Gustafson. He was coming into this dive in second place from Lincoln Southeast, just a sophomore.
Eric's doing a nice dive, forward 2.5, 2.4. Very difficult dive. A little bit short on the entry, but because of that degree of difficulty, he pulls 32.4 points to maintain position.
Brian Hansen, the junior from Lincoln East.
Ryan's doing a reverse double. Nicely done because of that DD, 29.9.
There's Todd from Scut Mount Michael.
Todd's doing a forward 2.5, 2.4. Good height. Just enough to enter the water. 39.6. Good points.
Hudson Moyle from Elkhorn.
Hudson will attempt forward 1.5 with a tough dot to have the forward and twisting, and sometimes it doesn't come out as planned. That's complete.
He fall to 11 after that. John Yonker would take advantage, and he would move up to 8th after this dive.
John's doing a back 1.5 with a half twist. 2.1 DD. Feet came over the top slightly at the entry there, but 28.35 points for him.
There's Matt Kreutzer.
Matt's doing a reverse dive, 1.7 DD. Interesting hurdle there. Could get armful in, 25.5 points from him.
He'd move one spot after Adam Bosholt. Addison is your leader.
Addison's doing a back 1.5. This is a 2.3 degree of difficulty dive. He's going to try to pull some high points on this one to close it out. Looked like the feet were pretty close to the board there, but because of that DD, 33.35 points for him.
Keeps him in first place. Here's David Bunker.
David's doing a forward 2.5. This is 2.4 degree of difficulty. Important to get good height off the board. Opened up, was able to complete the dive. 32.4 points for David.
Now Merrick McAllister, the sophomore.
Merrick's doing a forward double, 2.2 DD. Over-rotated slightly. A little bit of a splash on the entry, but 31.9 points for him.
Clark Kochurik, the senior from Millard West, in 4th place.
Clark's doing a back 1.5 with 1.5 twists. Split the legs slightly, but good clean entry. And high points on that, 41.25 for Clark.
And now to round out round 10, Kevin Cook, the junior.
Kevin's doing a forward 2.5 somersault, 2.6 DD. Highest DD in this round, next to Hudson earlier. Great height off the board. A little bit of a splash, but 33.8 points.
So now we head to the final round, the third and final dive of the finals. Here's Corey Swarbums in 3rd place, trying to make a move.
Inward double, 2.8 DD. Very high DD for the dive, close to the board. Ooh, man, just cleared it.
That would be the 2nd highest score of this round and move him into 2nd place where he would finish. Here's Eric Gustafson.
44.8 points for Corey. That was nice. Forward 1.5 with 2 twists, 2.6 DD. Nicely done. 37.7 points. That keeps him in that 3rd position.
So Brian Hansen, the junior from Lincoln East.
Brian's doing a back 1.5 with a half twist, 2.1 DD. Good solid dive for Brian. Knees bent slightly on the entry to the water, but 28.35 points.
Here's Todd Lutzinger.
Todd's doing a back 1.5, 2.3 DD. Nicely done, clean entry, 37.95 points for Todd on that dive.
Now Hudson Moyle with the highest degree of difficulty dive in this round.
Like to see Hudson close this out with this forward triple, 2.9. Good height, oh man. And just cleared the water, finished that triple. Because of DD, 20.1 points.
John Yonkers, the senior from Bellevue West.
Reverse double, 3 DD. Rotate slightly, but 5.3 points.
Answer.
Matt's doing an inward somersault, 1.7. Solid dive for Matt. Nicely, 20.3 points for Matt.
And here's your leader, Addison Boschel.
Addison's going to finish this meet with a back somersault, 2.5 twists, 2.3 degree difficulty. Great opportunity for Addison to score big points on this dive. Nice tight dive and great clean entry. I believe that's the highest point total of the 51.30 to finish it off. He's doing a back 1.5 twist, 2.1 DD. Legs split slightly there on the entry, and 29.4.
So 3 dives left in this final round. Here's Merrick McAllister, the sophomore from Omaha Burke.
Reverse 1.5, 2.1 DD. Went a little away from the board and a little splash there, 22.05.
And now Clark Kochurik.
Clark's doing a reverse double, 2.3 DD. Good opportunity to score points here. Nice entry into the wall, 34.5 points for Clark.
And finally, Kevin Cook.
Our final diver doing a back 1.5 with 1.5 twist, 2.5. A little short on the entry, but the DD gave him 35 points on that dive to finish 5th.
So let's take a look then at your champions. There's Eric Gustafson from Lincoln Southeast, finishing in 3rd. Corey Swarbrick from Bellevue West with a score of 391.35, and the champ, just a sophomore, Addison Boschel from Ralston Gross, 413 even. So here's a look then at the final standings. Boschel, Swarbrick, and Gustafson, 1, 2, 3. Kochurik finishing in 4th, and 5th, and Lutziger finishing in 6th in the boys' state diving championships. Jody Frazier was chatting with the champion afterwards. Here's Jody.
So Addison, congratulations. What was going through your mind during the last 3 rounds and the last dive?
I was just wanted to make sure that I'd hit every dive, and I was a little nervous for the back 1.5, but I think I pulled it out pretty good. Yeah.
I think so too. You know, what has this whole experience been like for you?
Really good, because I'm a gymnast. I just started diving last year, so I think it's really cool that I can succeed in both sports.
And congratulations once again to Addison, the state champ in the boys' diving championships. So let's look at the Devaney Sports Center pool action, about ready to kick off again for the 3rd and final session. We'll be back with all the highlights.
Soy biodiesel from Nebraska soybeans lowers our dependence on foreign oil. It has properties that reduce engine wear, and it burns without harmfully polluting the atmosphere. The Nebraska Soybean Board, encourages the use of soy biodiesel.
You can see it on the horizon. Nebraska's landscape is changing. Wind has been a part of Nebraska Public Power District's generation since 1998. EPD supports the development of wind power generation in the state, but wind is variable and does not produce electricity 24/7. Our generation resources like coal and nuclear will remain necessary. Nebraska Public Power District, always there when you need us, together with your local public power utility.
Everyone at National Bank. We have full and products to help you achieve yours. We've been right there with you every step of the way for more than 150 years. First National Bank. One with you.
To celebrate 400 years of the telescope, NET is giving a Celestron telescope. Nebraska schools and nonprofit organizations submitted entries, and now you can vote to choose the best one. When Nebraska astronaut Clay Anderson launches his second space flight on March 18th, NET will present the telescope to the winner. Vote now. NET.
NET sports coverage of the 2010 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals is brought to you in part by First National Bank, right there with you every step of the way for more than 150 years. First National Bank, one with you, member FDIC. By Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska, one less thing to worry about. And by Education Quest Foundation, improving access to college through scholarships, grants, and college planning services. So we're back at the Devaney Sports Center pool for the third and final session of the Nebraska State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. I want to remind you, we've got some very exciting news coming your way on Monday from NET Sports, and it concerns Nebraska women's basketball. You can also check out our Facebook page for this news at facebook.com/NET Sports. It's coming this Monday. Exciting news from NET Sports regarding Nebraska women's basketball. Check the Facebook page on Monday and listen to all your media outlets. You'll probably hear it as well. So great stuff coming up. Let's take a look at some of the team standings then. We'll start with the girls. On the girls' side, Millard West are really opening things up over Omaha Marion.
You know that it's as expected. Millard West running away. Pretty good race for second, 166 for Marion. Duchesne has a solid third place. West Side in fourth, 110, and Lincoln Northeast.
And here's a look at the guys' standings. Prep nearing that 400-point mark, just 101 points away. Lincoln East solidly in second.
You know, it mirrors the girls' race. Everybody's going as expected. Southeast is a nice surprise being in third place. They had some good relay finishes there and some good individual swims.
So now for the girls' 100-yard back. This is the consolation final out of Kearney. Mariah Carey from Omaha Burke. Taylor Rieselman. Elise Jarrett is from Duchesne. West Side's Kalin Dorheim is in lane 6. Hannah Wackel from Pius X is in 7th. And Claire Peterson from West Side is in lane 8. Sorry, did I say Mariah Carey? Mariah Anderson.
Heck, I got excited there.
I was thinking Mariah from Kearney.
Ooh, false start on there.
Yep, looked like lane 7 from Pius X.
Disappointing on a backstroke race, but it happens.
So this is the 100-yard backstroke.
Well, and Mariah Anderson, she's a freestyler, but she's got a pretty solid backstroke on the outside there at the top of your screen. Pretty good race. On the outside, it looks like lane 4, your current leader.
Right beside each other, Taylor Rieselman and Elise Jarrett in lanes 4 and 5. A tight race between Rieselman and Jarrett. Mariah Anderson, top of the screen, right there as well. Now beginning to pull away is Elise Jarrett.
Jarrett came on strong that last 25 to finish the consolation. A nice dip into the pool at the end.
So Jarrett finishes first, followed by Rieselman and Anderson. Dorheim from Westside is fourth.
The backstroke race, you'll see a lot of swimmers, a lot of the backstrokers have different styles at the finish. Good arm rate at the last minute, dives down under the water, lifts the left leg up to get a nice finish into the wall. Gives him an extra push.
Well, now with some state champs, let's go down to Ray.
All right, thank you, guys. Of course, Creighton Prep, the champions in the 200 freestyle, only 0.2 of a second off the state record. Caleb Sherman, Andrew North, Nicholas Bowens, and Patrick Maletti. Congratulations, guys. You know, it's the 4x50. It's the fastest event. What's the key to stay out ahead and be champions?
Just get out ahead first and let the other guys do the rest of the work.
Caleb, you're a 500 freestyler. Why are you leading off the relay?
Given the chance to swim a 50, I guess.
Tell you what, you're a pretty good 50 swimmer. Of course, Andrew, you're second. How important is it, the takeoff?
Well, it's very important, obviously. We had a little bit of slower takeoffs than we would have wanted, and we kind of suffered for it. But it was still, we had a great swim. And also, you know, second, it's really important to get clean water for third and fourth swimmers so you can really take it off from there.
And Nicholas, they talk about clean water. When you get so far out ahead, what do you guys have to focus on coming off those walls?
You just got to make sure you have good turns, and then you come up ahead of everybody and go as fast as you can.
Hey, Patrick, they're calling you up for the blocks. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Our champions from Omaha, Creighton Prep, in the 200 free relay.
So congratulations to Creighton Prep, the state champs.
You know, you heard him mention the relay exchanges, that maybe that cost them going a little bit faster to get that state record. And boy, that's a tough balance. As a coach, you're telling the swimmers on one hand, safe exchanges. You don't need a false start. And on the other hand, you want to get good exchanges to get the record. So, boy, it's kind of a catch-22.
Yeah. So there are the Junior Jays heading to the podium with a state championship. Lincoln East finishing second. That entire team for Creighton Prep, in addition to Caleb Sherman and Andrew North, Nicholas Bowens, Pat Maletti, Gavin Hager, Andre Wilt, Stephen Hansen, and Alex Jacobson. The 8 swimmers on that relay team. And of course, Tom Beck used different varieties of that, all 8 of those individuals.
He can swap 4 out and put 4 in and still be at the top of the blocks on Saturday afternoon.
Well, here are the final standings. Prep wins it, Easton second, followed by Westside, South, Southeast, and Columbus. So now time for the girls' 100-yard backstroke consolation. Championship final. Meredith Colombo in lane 3, Victoria Schaub in 4, Erin Olchen is in 5, Kira Lindholm in lane 6, Brianna Lawrence in 7, and Autumn Baldwin is in lane 8. 2 freshmen, 2 juniors, 2 seniors.
Well, and here's where Tracy Stauffer really wanted to have a strong lineup at the back end of this meet. He wanted to have good solid swims for this 100 back, upcoming 100 breast, and the 400 free relay. No chance to let anybody squeak in and get by Millard West.
Erin Olchen for Millard West in lane 5, just a freshman.
If you watch the start, I really like some of the swimmers coming up in that vertical position. It's a new start. Rather than tucking the head down at the chest, they like to come up vertical and back dive into the pool.
Karen Chris holds the state record set in 2006. Should not be challenged here.
I don't think so, but I think we're going to have a great race here. Kira Lindholm in lane 6 for Marion, and Olchen in lane 5.
Lindholm had the best time throughout the year in this event. second best time after the prelims. Aaron Olchen, the freshman, had the best time. Lindholm finished second in this event last year.
We got to get those Millard West parents up off their chairs and cheer on Olchen for that last 25.
So in lane 5, it's Olchen. In lane 6, Lindholm. Right beside each other.
Lindholm making a nice move here for an edge.
Lindholm with the slight lead.
The Marion parents are standing Lindholm at the wall.
Got it. Lindholm, then Olchen. Followed by Baldwin in lane 8. So Marion goes 1-3 in the event.
Repeat performance for Kira Lindholm coming on at the finish here just like she did in the IM. I love how she lunges into the wall, dives forward, and fully extends for the finish. Two-time champion today, Kira Lindholm. Nice job.
So down to the 100-yard backstroke for the guys. The consolation final in lane 3. Jay Nelson, the junior from Elkhorn. Thomas Peets is in lane 4 from Omaha West Side. Zachariah Andre Gober in lane 5. Keith Sponsler is in 6. He's a sophomore from Lincoln East. The senior from Kearney, Ethan Losky, is in 7. And Matt DeLisi in lane 8.
The backstrokers can't enter the water until the referee blows the whistle. At that point, everybody has different styles on the backstroke. Real important to get good feet on the wall so that you don't slide on the start. And try to stay as relaxed as possible.
You saw the very high up out of the water stance by Zachariah Andre Gober of Creighton Prep.
And he's up first. I like that back dive into the water. It gives them a little bit more power to extend themselves out over the water. Excellent underwater dolphin. Look at that.
Zach Gober in the lead in lane 5.
They're able to turn over on their stomach and do a flip turn as long as they come off the wall on their back. They cannot stay underwater the entire length. They have to come up above the water. They have marks on the side of the pool that they can't stay under for too long, but doing a great job with this underwater dolphin.
And a great race by Gober in lane 5. And Gober will touch first. They get Sponsler. Was there a malfunction again, or did...
I think so.
The scoreboard says Sponsler, but we saw Gober.
Yeah, I think lane 5's touchpad's been having trouble.
So we'll look forward to another delay here as they figure out the timing. Not official times. The public address announcer is indicating, as we saw, Bill Flory is the public address announcer and letting everyone know that
Bill, longtime Southeast coach, and in his retirement years, we can't get him away from the pool. He does a great job announcing at these live state championship swim meets. I wish I could explain the process involved here of right now they're collecting all the clipboards to get the watch times. They also have a printout of the buttons of what those times are, and there's a formula, and somebody a lot smart, maybe Tom Beck, the Creighton Prep coach, he's an engineer, he probably has a slide rule and figures it all out, and then the officials verify it, but it's a little bit of a process.
So each lane official, touch judge, if you will, has two different timing devices in their hand. One is a stopwatch, and one is a secondary touchpad button.
Right, there's only one button, so yes, one of the officials does both the stopwatch and the button. The second official has a stopwatch.
Okay.
And then right there, you're seeing your place finishes. They're responsible for writing down visually what they saw the place finish to be. How would you like to be them in a 50 free? If they get that one right, I'll tell you what, I don't think there's any way you can visually judge a 50 freestyle.
Right. I want to remind you to log on to Facebook today, search NET Sports, and become a fan. You can leave questions, comments, discuss your favorite sports around the state with other sports fans. It's fast, fun, and easier than ever to communicate with others just like you. So log on to Facebook real soon and become a fan of NET Sports. You have a Facebook page, don't you?
Not a page, but I'm a member.
No, yeah, you are. Okay. I thought maybe you had a fan page. for your fans.
Only you, Larry. I'm your biggest fan.
That's right. This might be a good opportunity to say thanks to so many of the people who make this possible. The Nebraska School Activities Association assisting us here at NET, the meet director Jennifer Schultz and Jim Angley with media relations, the starters, finish judges, which are being put to the test today, meet timers, the stroke, relay, and turn judges. So thanks to all of those people for making it happen. With another champ, let's go down to Ray.
All right, thank you, guys. Our champion in the girls' 100 backstroke from Omaha Marion, winning her second event, Kira Lindholm. Kira, congratulations. What a beautiful swim.
Thank you very much.
We've talked about having an even pace all the way through races. Well, you were out 29.2, back 30.3. How even is that?
Pretty good. I would have liked 29.29, but I'll take 29.30.
Now, the backstroke is one event where you cannot see the wall because you're on your back. We do have the flags, but lately the rule change says you can roll over and flip. I mean, how uncomfortable is that?
It just kind of is a pattern, like a habit. I'm not even really sure how many strokes I do take. I just kind of know from practice when to turn, and I'm almost always right, so.
And of course, they allow you to go, what, no more than 15 yards underwater?
Yeah, it's to where the other black lane rope is, but I never make it that far. I just try and get as far as I can.
Good. Do you dolphin kick underwater?
Yeah, I do a lot of fast floater kicks under the water.
Well, I'll tell you what, you certainly do them fast, because 59.5, what a great time. Our champion in the 100 back. Congratulations, Kira Lindholm from Omaha Marion.
Thank you very much.
So Kira Lindholm, a two-time champ today, representing Omaha Marion well, the junior, so we'll see her back down here next year. Erin Olchin from Millard West, just a freshman. She finished in second, and she certainly will be back down here as well.
She talked about the distance. Ray was asking her about the distance. It becomes a big advantage. Some swimmers are so strong underwater, like Kira with a good dolphin kick, that they actually have a rule that you need to come up above the surface, and they mark the lane ropes to indicate where the swimmer needs to come up and be on top of the water until the next wall. But Kira did a great job on that. The back half of that race was fantastic.
There's David Anderson handing the medal off. David Anderson, a former state champ himself. In fact, he has a state meet record, I believe, that still stands.
Yep, we'll see that coming up in the breaststroke. David has done a great job with Marion.
So Kira Lindholm from Marion finishing first. Erin Olchin second. Autumn Baldwin also of Marion third. Lawrence, Schaub, and Colombo round out the finals. Okay, so now time for the boys' 100-yard backstroke. This is the championship final. Matt Franco will be in lane 3. Nick Caruso is your defending champ from Lincoln East. He's in lane 4. Andre Wilt, best time in the prelims, in lane 5. Will Rayner in lane 6. Nick Jobin in lane 7. Bob Glover is in lane 8. And Glover, by the way, just a freshman.
Anxious to see if Andre can come back today and break his own state record. That's a difficult feat back-to-back. You know, I think he was a little bit surprised by his swim yesterday. I'm not sure that he was expecting that fast of a swim. A little jumpy. Nice start on Andre. He got a great entry into the water.
And as Matt mentioned, Andre Wilt yesterday setting a new state record. So the state record now at No, that's the old state record. The new one was set yesterday, 50.69 by Andre Wilt in 2010. So he set it yesterday in the prelims.
Andre had a couple of dolphins there off that first wall that were a little bit unique, and Bill Rayner got right into this race as well.
So Will Rayner in lane 6, Wilt in lane 5.
Two teammates going head-to-head. That was a great turn by Andre on the last wall.
Wilt in 5 with the lead.
We're going to be close to that state record.
Rayner's in 6. Here comes Wilt. He'll touch first, 52.03. Wilt finishes in first, followed by Rayner and Glover from Millard South. So Glover, the freshman, takes third.
It's hard to come back off a great performance in the prelim like Andre had. I'm glad to see that he was able to maintain finish. Coming in, he was a little bit on the rope there. I think it might have hurt him some. And his first turn might have been able to be a little bit better.
Well, there's Andre Wilt. After setting a state record yesterday, he finishes first today.
Great swim by Andre.
Wilt, Rayner, and Glover in that order. And more points piling up for Creighton Prep. So now to the 100-yard breaststroke consolation final for the girls. Jordan Linhart, Steph Babby, Maggie Headley, Carolyn Helbush, Anna Rosenloff, and Laura Kuhn. The two juniors in the middle there, Maggie Headley, Carolyn Helbush, for West Side and Northeast. Everyone else just a sophomore here in this consolation final.
Well, and they both had the 200 IM did a nice job there. Babby and Helbush swam the 200 IM earlier. Helbush had a nice start, took the lead right off the block. Breaststroke is very difficult because it's important for them to have a high turnover, fast stroke rate, but at the same time you've got to have power. It's a stroke that requires a lot of technique, and you can't rush it. Headley, your leader at the 50, did a nice job on that second 25. Real important at this point to keep thinking, I got to maintain power in my stroke. Don't get too excited. You don't want your arms and legs to slip through the water. You just want to keep moving forward.
Headley in 5. Steph Babby is in lane 4.
Timing of the kick all critical right here for the finish.
And Headley will touch first. Babby finishes second. Helbush third. Headley, Babby, and Helbush in that order.
At the finish, it's real important at this point to size up the wall. With breaststroke, it's important to kick into the wall and extend the arms and not come up short with just an arm stroke.
Ray is with another state champ down poolside. Ray.
All right, guys, a champion setting a new state record in the preliminaries with a time of 50.6. Little slower today, 52.0. But Andre, you have to be thrilled with what you've done this weekend.
Oh yes, that was my goal all season, was to win state, and winning state just feels so great right now. I don't know what to say, honestly.
Now on the backstroke, and especially with your turns right now, the way you make the turns, how difficult is it for you to stay out of those lane lines? We noticed you got caught up on the first one.
In practice, I just I kick off the walls, and I got the perfect streamline down, so I just go in a straight line instead of zigzagging across the lane. So.
And again, without being able to see the wall, is it just natural for you to know when to turn over and do the flip?
Yeah, it's just natural. Like some people have flat counts, but I just naturally know when the wall is. Which is kind of weird to say, but.
Yeah. Well, it was such a great swim. very, very even, 25-4, 26-6. Congratulations, another champion for Creighton Prep in the 100 backstroke, Andre Witt.
Yep, thank you.
So congratulations to Andre. William Rayner finishing second, Bob Glover third in that championship final of the 100-yard back. 24 more points. Actually, it was a little more than that because Matt Franco was in the heat as well.
They just keep piling them on.
Yep. There's a look at Wilt. What a swim he had yesterday. 50.69 for Wilt yesterday in the prelims, breaking the record of David Foster, who had held that record since 1995. Foster was from Lincoln High.
Yeah, David went on to swim for Nebraska, was an All-American for Nebraska. Good Lincoln kid.
52.03 today, but yesterday the 50.69.
Yeah, Creighton does a great job of really creating a sense of team unity. They're all working together. If you go 1-2, it doesn't matter who one is.
That's right. So congratulations to Andre Wilt. Not only a state record, but a state championship today. So here's a look at the backstroke finals. Wilt wins it, Rayner second, so they go 1-2 and get the 16 and 13 points for the individual events. Glover, Franco, Caruso, and Jobin round out that top six. So now time for the championship final, the girls' 100-yard breaststroke. Shannon Guy finished second last year. She will be in lane 3. Elena Blair in 4. Karen Ilg in lane 5. Madeline Hutt in lane 6. Taylor Cowder is in 7. And Catherine Ditter in lane 8. Nebraska recruit Shannon Guy in lane 3.
Well, if she's going to do it, she's got to do it from the outside, and you know, she's got to feel good. That 100 fly was a strong race, new state record. She went a lot faster than she did yesterday. I'd expect her to be feeling pretty confident at this point that now it's just an all-out swim for her. Breaststroke's all about timing and having your stroke feeling good, having that timing where the legs are coming in to keep the body moving forward all the time. Shannon's got a beautiful stroke. She looks real good. At the 25, she's taken the lead.
Shannon Guy at the top of your screen in lane 3.
Nothing to lose here, Larry. Just let it all hang out.
He was the runner-up in this event last year. Already has a state championship today individually. She's looking to go 2 for 2 in her individual swims.
She is out very fast, 30.04 at the 50. We're on pace to really have a tremendous time. I don't know that she's going to break the state record, but she's going to have a personal best, and she's running away with it right now. She can hang on.
More than a 1-length lead at the top of your screen for Shannon Guy, as she is pulling away the 100-yard breaststroke champ, Shannon Guy, in a time of 1:04.37. Second place was Blair, and third was Ilg. So Millard West goes 1 and 3. Elena Blair of Omaha West Side finishing in second. Cowder in 4th, Hutt in 5th, Ditter in 6th.
Shannon had a look of surprise, but there's nothing to be surprised about, Shannon. You're the champion, and well-deserved. Look at this finish. Always the body moving forward, the legs kicking in, and full extension at the finish. What a competitor.
So congratulations once again for an outstanding performance by Shannon Guy as she wins another individual state championship. Consolation final, 100-yard breaststroke for the guys. John Overman, Kyle Herdig's in 4. Nick Maschio is in lane 5. Neil Gurmis in lane 6. Samuel Steinberger is in 7. And Thomas Murphy in lane 8.
Once again, injury and illnesses kind of plague us. Rodney Goldenstein from Lincoln Southeast. He was a finalist last year and came down with mono at the end of the season. So we're sorry not to have you here at the meet, but next year.
So consolation final, boys 100-yard breast.
Starter's been real quick to get him off the blocks. He's not holding them down very long at all. The breaststroke is allowed to do a dolphin kick off of each wall. That's a fairly new rule within the last couple of years. It gives them a big advantage on that underwater work. One pull down and one kick.
Still in lane 5, that's Nick Maschio of Millard South, the senior.
Nice tight race at this point. Anybody's race. Great underwater work by Maschio.
Nick Maschio in lane 5, the senior from Millard South, still with the lead. Neil Gurmis giving him a challenge at the end, but Maschio will hold on and touch first. Gurmis finishes in 2nd, and in lane 7, it was Steinberger from Lincoln East finishing 3rd in that consolation final.
Different stroke here. You'll see the hands coming up underneath the chin and extending forward over the water. Great finish, a little bit short, but nice finish on the end.
So your consolation final winner, Nick Maschio, the senior from Millard South. Well, Ray, she just keeps piling up the gold. Here's a conversation with Shannon Guy.
Piling up the gold, that's an understatement. She's won 7 gold medals out of a possible 8 in her career, in her swimming career. And I'll tell you what, Shannon Guy, what a great swim. 30 flat going out, 34.3 coming back.
Thank you.
You qualified a little, I mean, you qualified 5th, which was a little shaky.
Yeah.
We know you weren't feeling good. What's it like swimming way out on the outside lane?
It doesn't matter to me. It felt pretty good. I got nice, clean water out there.
And really in the breaststroke, you're not breathing to the right or the left, you're breathing forward. You really don't know where your competition is, do you?
No, I can kind of see them on the sides, but yeah, on the turns also. Besides that, no, you can't really see them.
What's the most demanding thing about the breaststroke?
Probably the turns.
The underwater stroke?
Yeah, or just the turn in and out of the wall. If it's not right, then you get too close and then you mess up or your breakout's wrong or something like that.
Well, a lifetime best time of a 104.3. What a great swim.
Thank you.
Once again, 7 out of 8 gold medals this young lady's won in her career. And the nice thing, you're swimming at Nebraska next year, so we still get to watch it.
Yep.
Our champion, Shannon Guy from Millard West.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ray, and congratulations to Shannon Guy on just a fantastic career. We saw a great moment earlier this afternoon with Shannon and her mother after she had set her own, or broken the state record 4 consecutive years, broke her own record 3 times, the state record a total of 4.
Yeah, how about that? Hi, Mom.
Right.
Well, you know, and I think you could argue that while she's 7 out of 8, the field that she's gone against the last 4 years has been one of the most challenging fields you could have in that 100 fly. It's taken state records for her to get the gold medal. I think back on Kokensparger up against her, Maggie Bach up against her. She's had a challenge. It wasn't a sure thing for her year to year to win that 100 fly. But when it comes right down to it, that desire and her ability to get to the wall first, it can't be matched. Got to be a tough moment for Tracy. The last time she has a headbutt, last time for Shannon on the top of that block.
And obviously an emotional moment as well for the senior from Millard West, Shannon Guy. What a phenomenal high school career that young woman has had. So let's take a look at the results then of the 100 breaststroke finals. Shannon Guy finishing first. Elena Blair second. Karen Ilg is third. Taylor Counter, Madeline Hunt, and Catherine Ditter. Now the finals of the boys 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 3, Kirk O'Connell, a junior from Kearney, a sophomore from Millard West. Isaac Springer's in 4. Alex Dyan finished first last year. He's in lane 5. Stephen Hansen in lane 6. Lewis Landon in lane 7. And Ross Goldenstein is in lane 8.
Would love to see 4 or 5 guys go under a minute in this. You know, that's always kind of the benchmark for the boys breaststroke, is you get under a minute, good things start to happen after that.
Alex Dyan, the defending champ. Steve Hansen from Creighton Prep in lane 6. Finished third last year.
Once again, the starter did not hold him down very long. I think Hansen had a little bit more difficult time getting off the block.
There's a state record held by David Anderson, set it in 98. He, of course, at Millard South.
Alex has got the lead at this point. Hansen's got to start drilling in here at the 50 and close that gap on the third 25 if he's going to win.
Dyan in lane 5, Hansen in 6. Dyan is the defending champ from Papillion La Vista. Dyan has the lead. Last 25, Dyan and Hansen battling it out.
Great turns for both of them. Right down to the finish. Hansen's coming on, but I don't know if he's got enough room to get there.
Dyan will touch first, followed by Hansen, O'Connell, Goldenstein, and Landon.
Goldenstein swam a great race coming off of that illness to be here. Here at the finish, you'll see Hansen's closing the gap, but just not enough in a quick arm stroke for Alex to make that final touch. And I apologize, congratulations to Goldenstein for being here. He missed quite a few practices coming into this meet. That's a tremendous feat for him to get fourth in that race.
Alex Dyan, back-to-back state champ for Papillion La Vista. Now to the girls, 400-yard free relay, the final event of the day on the ladies' side. In lane 3, Millard South. Papillion La Vista's in 4, Lincoln East is in 5, Scotts Bluff in 6, Southwest is in lane 7, and Scott Mount Michael in lane 8.
Well, you want to finish the meet like you started. Do the best you can. This is the last time you'll swim high school till next fall. Many swimmers going back to their club teams to train. They've got some club meets to finish the season and swim club all summer to get ready for next year.
In lane 4, Papillion La Vista with the early lead, and also down to lane 7, Lincoln Southwest right there as well. Once again, in these relays, a team of about 8 swimmers can be submitted by the coaches. And many times the coaches aren't giving us their final lineup because that decision being made sometimes right before the race begins. We know down right now in lane 7, Southwest with the lead.
My guess is that's Mickey Frazee as the leadoff swimmer there. Mickey, their top freestyler of the team, giving him a nice, clean, open water lead. 53-59 was her leadoff split.
Along with Frazee on this team is Calkins, Meskey, Sani, and Mulgrew.
Boy, when you have a relay swimmer like Frazee to give you a lead like that, it's downhill from there. It's the other 3 swimmers, their job is to hang on and not give up that lead. Tanner's done a great job. Fairly new team, Lincoln Southwest, new high school in Lincoln. And right away, their team has improved every year to have the lead in this consolation final.
They are in lane 7. Also right there with them in lane 8, that's Scott Mount Michael. Bernal, Cathell, Novak, Pavel, Cole, DeBalt, Bolin Purdy. The team for Scott Mount Michael. But still in the lead is Lincoln Southwest.
Closing the gap on the outside there. It's going to be right down to our last swimmer.
And still tight on the outside, Southwest and Scott Mount Michael. The field coming back to everybody a bit. So touching first for the final leg is Southwest.
Well, and new teams come into play at the top of your screen there in lane 4. Things happen quickly. Papillion La Vista.
Papillion La Vista in 4, Lincoln East in 5, Scotts Bluff in 6. They're in the lead in lane 7. You see Southwest and Scott Mount Michael, bottom of your screen, in lane 8. So the final 50 now.
Well, look at this. We got a horse race with 5 teams in there.
Southwest still holding on. Down in lane 7. Scott Mount Michael right with them.
Lincoln East in lane 5. Excellent turn for the final 25.
It's a tight one coming home for the consolation final. And Southwest holds on to touch first, followed by Lincoln East and Papillion La Vista. Well, what a great job laid by Lincoln East to get back into it.
Here's the finish. Lincoln East had a great turn on that final turn, but just not enough. Southwest, just what it took to keep the lead from the beginning and keep it at the end.
Let's go down to Ray Huppert one more time with our state champ, Alex Dian.
A very happy Alex Dian. His second championship. You won it last year. You win it again this year. Time 58.4, Alex. What a great swim.
Thank you.
Tell me a little about breaststroke and what you being a good freestyler. I think freestyle and breaststroke are the 2 toughest combinations. What do you do in your training to prepare you for breaststroke?
Oh, we just train really tough.
Well, that's because you have Coach Weaver, right?
Of course.
And he's a tough man. But he's also a soft guy. I love the man. Tell me a little about your underwater stroke.
They weren't as I wanted them.
Okay.
I wanted them to come up a little bit quicker and just get out a little bit quicker.
Okay. Is it important to you, being a sprinter in freestyle, is it important to you in the breaststroke to take it out like you did in the breaststroke, go out fast and hold on?
Well, what I needed to do was go out faster than I went, and then bring it back and hold it back, and that's where all that toughness comes in.
Well, you represented Papillion La Vista very well, our champion in the 100 breaststroke 2 years in a row. Alex Dian, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Alex. Congratulations on winning a state championship. Love the hair. Alex Dian to the top of the podium. Coach Weaver.
Longtime coach, Lynn. He's actually retired, but he still likes to coach swimming. Can't get him away from the pool.
So let's take a look at the results of the 100-yard breaststroke. In the finals, Diane wins it. Hansen was second, O'Connell third. Goldenstein, Landon, and Springer. And by the way, the points that Creighton Prep picked up in this race puts them over 372 points, so they now officially have set a new state record for scoring. Their previous record last year was 369. They just got to 372, and now they're trying to become the first team ever to get over 400.
Well, the next relay will do it for them.
Yep. All right, so here's the consolation final. I'm sorry, the championship final in the girls 400 free. Lincoln Northeast is in lane 3. Millard West is in 4. Duchesne in 5. In lane 6, Marion Westside is in 7, and Ralston Gross is in lane 8.
This should be a great race. Duchesne, this is their strongest relay. I'd have to say out of the 3, it's probably the weakest for Millard West. They're probably most vulnerable here, but I think all 3 of these teams, Marion, Millard West, and Duchesne, are going to go head-to-head.
There's your state record set by Marion in 2004. Talking with Tracy Stauffer before the meet today, he thought Duchesne would be very, very tough in this relay. Von Weil swimming that first leg for Millard West. Duchesne's team of Colombo, Kokensparger, Ballounis, Rayner, Brianna Ballounis, Brianna Lawrence, Laura Thayer, and Elise Jarrett.
And you got Westside in the mix right now in lane 7. That can change with each swimmer that enters the water. If Marion's going to vie for the race, their second swimmer better put them in a better position, because the turbulence on the exchanges gets pretty tough if you get too far behind. Right now, Duchesne trying to extend that lead. That's Ballounis in the water right now for Duchesne.
Millard's West, Karen Ilg right there with her. And Ilg now has fashioned a bit of a lead.
Karen's had a good day. Sure, they're going to want to finish this off with a win, and they know that their back's against the wall in this relay, but they got the lead right now.
And Ilg really opening up that lead over Duchesne. She'll touch, and into the water now for Millard West is Emma O'Connell.
State champion in the 100 free. You'd expect Emma to extend herself.
O'Connell still with the lead on top of Duchesne. Omaha Marion in 3rd in lane number 6.
Emma looks real strong. I tell you, it's still a horse race. I think Duchesne can come back on that final leg. It's not over. But I'd feel real good going into that final leg with the lead that Millard West has.
So here comes Emma O'Connell to touch. She will hand it off to the anchor leg for Millard West, Elizabeth McGinn.
Ellie McGinn to finish it off for Millard West. She's a competitor going against the Ballounis girl in lane 5.
So Ballounis and McGinn in lanes 4 and 5. McGinn with the lead for Millard West in 4. The final 50 here.
Here comes Ballounis trying to run her down the last 50.
Ballounis making a push. McGinn holding her off. Turn for home.
It's going to be tough. I just don't think there's enough there. Ellie McGinn had a great turn coming on that last wall.
And Millard West holds off Duchesne, and Millard West finishes first. Duchesne is second, and Omaha Marion touches in 3rd. Time of 3:31.82.
Millard West has just dominated this meet from start to finish. Sweeping all 3 relays is a pretty difficult task. this was probably where they were most vulnerable, but to hold off a Deschênes team that has both Balloonist sisters and a tough Grace Renner here at the finish, you'll see that she was coming up on her, just not enough room, and a little bit short on the wall as well.
And that win in the relay will give Millard West 32 more points and take their total to 286 points. So Millard West wins the team championship with a total of 286 points. Now time for the boys 400 free. Columbus in lane 3, Scottsbluff is in 4, Ralston Gross is in lane 5, Millard North is 6, Burke is in lane 7, and Southwest in lane 8. Those numbers I gave you before, I think a bit off. The scoring sheet we have may not be updated. In fact, that's through, it says through 22. We'll have to double check. Just seems a little low.
The final event of the day. Asking for quiet for the start. This is very difficult for these swimmers. They're ready to go right now.
Good start on that one.
So the consolation final, the boys 400 free. Columbus is in lane 3, Scottsbluff in 4. This is from top to bottom on your screen. Ralston's in 5, Millard North in lane 6, Omaha Burke in 7, Southwest in lane 8, and out quick in lane 5, Ralston Gross. Ralston Gross with the best preliminary time in this heat. Time of 3:22.05.
Well, and you got to dig deep here at the end of the meet. A lot of your best swimmers, they could have had 3 splashes so far in the finals. They got to dig deep and finish this meet off right.
So that team of Ralston Gross touched first. That's a team of Moyers, Tsubaki, Yeager, Shanahan, and Ballard.
They had a real strong 200 free relay as well, and here they come back with the 400.
In lane 6, Millard North making a move.
Yeah, and on the outside, you got Southwest.
Down in lane 8, Southwest team of Tyler Mills, Matthew DeLisi, Dalton Miskey, Walker Weatherly, Calvinder Singh.
Things will start to shape up here the next leg. See who has the depth of 100 freestylers to keep them in this race.
The battle in lanes 5 and 6 between Ralston Gross and Millard North. Millard North with a slight lead, but here comes Ralston Gross. At the touch, it was Millard North by 1/10 of a second. Third leg in the water right now. Third of 4 100-yard legs.
Down to that last swimmer. You want to have your best racer in that 4th position. May not be your fastest, but it's the guy that you can count on that if he's in the race, he's going to do what he's got to do to get to the wall first.
So in lane 6, Millard North beginning to open it up a bit. Ralston Gross in 5, not far behind. Here's the final 50 now. Consolation, boys, 400-yard free.
Millard North finishing it off right. That lead, one and a half body lengths ahead.
Mustangs opening up that lead. And they will touch first, Millard North. Second in lane 5, Ralston Gross, and third in lane 7 is Omaha Burke. followed by Columbus in lane 3, and Lincoln Southwest in lane 8.
Here at the finish, you'll see Millard North, great lane position right in the middle, extending the arm, nice kick at the end too. Great way to win that consolation final.
Ray is poolside with our final female champions of the day. Ray.
And it's appropriate that the champions are Millard West, who has also won the meet. Their relay consisted of Fawn Weil, Karen Illig, Emma O'Connell, and Ellie McGinn. Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you.
I mean, first of all, what a great day for Millard West. You guys really swam well. Now, let's talk about your leadoff, Fawn. You let off the relay. You got 3 strong people behind you. What's your goal?
My goal is just to take it out fast and for the team. Yep.
What about exchanges? Have you worked quite a bit with Karen on exchanges?
No, not really. We worked a lot in practice before state, and then just today it's supposed to go fast.
Karen, what's it like being on, again, what did I hear you guys say, three-peat? This is the 3rd time you guys have won the state title.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like, I think each year we're like more and more motivated to it's like we're the ones being hunted, and like for us to like be able to keep going and like get our momentum, it's really cool.
And Emma, I gotta believe you just like camera time. You just come up here all the time, don't you? You know, as a junior, one of the leaders, what's your responsibility with this team?
Just to make sure I'm always positive and trying my best.
And Ellie, you came down and went up against their power, and it was neck and neck going all the way down to that final 25. What's it like for you?
It's heart pumping for sure. It gets super scary, but I guess like that's the adrenaline rush you need to go fast at the end of a long meet.
How difficult is it? The last relay, you've all swum a lot of events. How difficult is it for you to get up for this?
I think we're all like really tired, but just like our adrenaline kind of kicks in by this time. Like, yeah, we're sore, but we just keep going and want to finish the meet good.
Well, do you guys have enough time to get on the stand and get a gold medal?
Yeah.
Okay. Our champions in the 400 free relay, Millard West. The ladies are going to get their last headbutt of the day.
So congratulations to Tracy Stopper and his squad and the champs in that 400-yard free. The team of, well, at least the team that swam today of Weil, Ilg, O'Connell, and McGinn, along with Olchin, McCoy, Groen, and Julie Pengilly, leading Millard West to this championship in the 400-yard free relay, and also a team state championship as well.
Well, they start and finish the same way. Came right out of the chute with a great medley relay, and they're finishing the meet with this 400 free relay. Tracy's got to feel real good about the performance of his girls today. They performed well yesterday, but they actually moved up in quite a few places. The momentum seemed to work out well for them. And it looks like Millard West is sporting their fashion swimsuits up there on the in their team area. Getting ready for their championship swim to push the coach in. And
so as you look at things on the ladies' side, you would have to think that in terms of a most valuable performer, Shannon Guy would be a likely candidate.
Makes the vote pretty easy, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Well deserved, and like I say, not only a great swimmer, but you know, she really is a neat girl. It's been fun to watch her grow up in swimming and watching her as a young age group swimmer, the whole family. And there's been a lot of dedication. Tracy's done a good job developing her, developing his team, and Shannon's been a good leader for him.
So let's take a look at the final results on the girls' side. The 400 free, Millard West wins it, and the tournament, and the meet. Duchenne finishes second, followed by Marion, Westside, Ralston Gross, and Northeast. So our final race of the day, folks. This is it after 4.5 hours of action here on NET. It all comes down to the 400-yard free on the boys' side. The championship final. Papillion La Vista in lane 3. West Side will be in 4. Lincoln East in lane 5. Creighton Prep is in 6. Southeast in 7. And Millard West in lane 8.
Well, and this could be very exciting. Not only Creighton Prep going for a meet record in this and probably the favorite, but it looks like Ryan Bubb will be leading off for Lincoln East. And remember, you can set a state record with your leadoff swims. It'll be nice to see what kind of swims our leadoff swimmers can go in this race. We'll have Ryan Bubb in lane 5 and Caleb Sherman in lane 6. Meet record in that 100 free was Billy Kunkel set last year, 45:32.
So a battle here between Lincoln East and Creighton Prep.
Great start on the field. I like to see that. Bubb came up in the lead.
And Creighton Prep the favorite. State record last year of 3:05.93. We'll keep track of that. 3:05.93.
Bubb wants to prove a point right here that he could have won the 100 free as well. Caleb's doing a great job drafting on Bubb close to the lane rope. He's out fast, 21:59.
Bubb in lane 5.
We'll see if he can hang on. Meet record is a 45:32. It's going to be close. I don't know if we're going to get that, but great split for Bubb. 46-16.
Bubb touches first. Lincoln East in the lead.
Here's where Creighton Prep, time to go to work.
And here he goes. Team of Creighton Prep, Alex Jacobson, Frank Chumo, Matt Franco, Zach Dover, William Rayner, Pat Malidi, Andrew North, Caleb Sherman.
That's Andrew North in the water right now, giving Creighton the edge for this second leg. Did a nice job. Remember, Caleb did a nice job hugging that rope to get a draft off of Bubb. They're hitting it right down the middle of the pool now.
So in lane 6 now for Creighton Prep, here's Pat Malidi.
Well, look for Pat to extend that lead. He's got an excellent 100 freestyle. We saw him on that 100 fly, did a nice job.
Malidi, the junior for Creighton Prep, they've got a 2-length lead.
Pat's coming on strong this last 25.
So
look at that lead.
Here's Malidi. He'll hand it off to Will Rayner. Will Rayner now in the water for the Junior Jays.
Will's got a good lead right now. It's no question Creighton Prep's going to win. They're racing the clock right now. Will did a good job. The ropes are a little bit loose. The lanes are getting smaller as they go.
So now the final 25 for Will Rayner and the Creighton Prep Junior Jays.
Coming into the finish.
Well, they won't get the state record, but it'll be close. Touching at a time of 3:05.49. They did
get a state record.
3:05.49, a state record for Creighton Prep.
Nice job. Look at that smile. Creighton Prep families, they know not only a state record, a state team scoring championship, and we'll see where they come out nationally, but I think this is a top 10 team that we've got to witness this afternoon. Look look at Bill Rayner at the finish, right down the middle, just chomping away at that water. Head down, and there was the finish. Is that a happy face? Bill's just a sophomore. He's got 2 more years to extend that record.
And 3 of the 4 on that relay team underclassmen.
They just took the air out of the building. I mean, that was an unbelievable performance by the whole team this whole afternoon. Top to bottom, there's no doubt Creighton Prep has a dynasty, and they just keep winning year after year.
So Creighton Prep, not only a championship in the final event of the day, but a state championship, and they won every event today except 2.
Thank you. Can I help you today?
No thanks. I'm just looking. Oh, this is cute. So?
You wouldn't do it there. So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
Like they're the fashion police.
Just a reminder, we're always looking for your help to help us give you the best sports action right in your living room. Help us deliver it by joining the NET Sports Partners Club. Your contribution helps to ensure that your favorite sports programs continue for years to come, and you'll receive some great thank you gifts as well with NET's appreciation for your support. You can log on to netnebraska.org/sportspartners and become a member today. I said before we left for the break, they'd won every event but 2. It was actually 3. But what a performance by the Junior Jays from Creighton Prep.
It's never been done, 1 to go over 400 points, but 2 to win all but 3 races is quite a feat. And you know, they just keep coming back year after year. There are names that seem to show up on the scoreboard every year.
Well, with our final state champs of the day, there's a look at Tom Beck. Let's go down to Ray, poolside. Ray.
Well, you know, why shouldn't we end this meet with a new state record? The guys from Creighton Prep, Caleb Sherman, Andrew North, Patrick Maletti, and Will Rayner. Congratulations, guys. I mean, we can talk about the relay, but let's say something about what this team has done today.
Well, it's been one of the hardest years ever. I've been told I'm new this year, but I heard we've practiced harder this year than ever before. I mean, Pat every day is stepping up and doing things that you've never seen before. Caleb really steps it up at the big meet. It's just been a great year.
You know, you're the junior. You're one of the leaders. What's it mean to you?
It means a lot. I'm really grateful that I can participate in such a quick team, and I really love it. Just the atmosphere every day at practice and at meets.
Caleb, once again, you lead off and you bring a lead in. I know you're swimming against Bob. He's tough, but boy, you stayed right with him the whole way.
Yeah, that's what I try to do so they could kind of step it up at the end right there.
And Will, what's it like swimming all by yourself out there?
It was tough. I mean, I'm just glad my coach trusted me to put me as the anchor for that relay, and just that last 12 yards, I just put my head down and go.
Well, one more time, why don't you go pick up a gold medal? Our champions, Creighton Prep, with a new state record, 3 minutes, 5 and 4/10 seconds. Way to go, guys.
So congratulations once again to Creighton Prep, a new state record, and they are state champs at a new scoring record as well for the Jays. Over 400 team points for the Junior Jays.
I'm not even going to say it can't be repeated. Maybe I will, because Tom seems to take that as a challenge every year.
So congratulations being handed out by the Jays.
Well, and I tell you, hats off to Lincoln East. You know,
both of these teams have gone head-to-head over the years, and Lincoln East has had some tremendous relays. At times they've tied Creighton Prep for a state championship, state records. You know, it gets tough to get second all the time, but what's the old saying, rising tides raise all boats, and Creighton Prep has certainly done that over the years.
So there are the Junior Jays, your state champs. Good opportunity to say thanks to everybody at NET as well. A great job done by Jim Carmichael, Joe Turco, all our directors, producers, camera operators, audio technicians. Of course, no one works harder than Ray's makeup artist. So we've got to say thanks to everybody who's done a phenomenal job all day long. Let's take a look at the results from the final event of the day, the 400 free. Creighton Prep at a new state record time, 3:05.49. Lincoln East finishing second, followed by Westside, Southeast, DePain La Vista, and Millard West. When we come back, we'll wrap things up from the Devaney Sports Center pool, honor our champions, and talk about the outstanding performance. It's all coming up from the Devaney Sports Center pool on NET Sports.
Programming made possible by Time Warner Cable, inspiring young people to build the skills they need in science, technology, engineering, and math to become the problem solvers of tomorrow. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
You can see it on the horizon. Nebraska's landscape is changing. Wind has been a part of Nebraska Public Power District's generation mix since 1998. NPPD supports the development of wind power generation in the state. But wind is variable and does not produce electricity 24/7. Other generation resources like coal and nuclear will remain necessary. Nebraska Public Power District, always there when you need us, together with your local public power utility.
Soy biodiesel from Nebraska soybeans lowers our dependence on foreign oil. It has properties that reduce engine wear. And it burns without harmfully polluting the atmosphere. The Nebraska Soybean Board encourages the use of soy biodiesel.
You're watching NET1 and NET HD.
Hello, I'm Jeff Beckman. Do you realize that NET can be named as a beneficiary in your insurance policy or individual retirement accounts? And you may receive additional financial benefits as well. The next time you meet with your advisors to review your estate plans, please consider including NET Television. For more information on creating a legacy gift in your name, please call me directly or visit our website.
NET Sports coverage of the 2010 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals are brought to you in part by the Nebraska Public Power District, applauding the dedication, teamwork, and sportsmanship of Nebraska's high school athletes. By the Nebraska Soybean Board, encouraging the use of renewable biodiesel fuels for a healthier environment. For information, nebraskasoybeans.org. And by Time Warner Cable, inspiring young people to build the skills they need in science, technology, engineering, and math to become the problem solvers of tomorrow. So back at the Devaney Sports Center pool, time now to award team championships. But what a great day it has been for both the boys and girls. Millard West really came out and swam aggressive and put up good times early and really put pressure on the rest of the field.
Oh, no doubt. You know, and when you get three under your belt, then you can say you've got things rolling. You've got a dynasty, and the fourth one will come a little bit easier, the fifth one. And Tracy's done a great job building the program. And he did it with his club team. He's known these kids since they were young age group swimmers. And, you know, hats off to Millard West, and great accomplishment for their third championship.
Finishing in third place on the girls' side with a total of 179 was Omaha Duchesne Academy. Second place on the girls' side, Omaha Marion. Omaha Marion with 226. There's a look at the Creighton Prep fans. Still a bit excited over that performance of the guys today. Record-setting performance.
You know, we've got some good parents in the stands that the swimmers obviously did a lot in the water, but we got a lot of good parents that help support them along the way all through their age group swimming, and they know when to let the coach them, and their job is to support and cheer them on and feed them right too.
And there's a look at that Omaha Marion team finishing second, walking up to receive their second place trophy. Their runner-up trophy in the 2010 State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. You know, when Pat DeBase left a few years ago, a lot of people wondered if Marion could stay on that roll, and that program continues to be strong and continues to grow.
Well, and what you might not know, Larry, is Pat DeBase is actually their assistant coach now. He came back last year, kind of missed it, and you know, they make a good team. David has done a great job of working with the girls, and Pat has a good support role. There, he's ready to swim, isn't he?
Quick change. Tracy Stauffer. Total of 286 points for Millard West, and they are the state champs.
Well, and some of the girls did a nice job. A quick change in the swimsuits. They want to look good, be fashionable on that podium as they get the team trophy. And what a team they have. Good shot of the Millard West parents. Cheered them on today with those bright green signs.
And there they are, your state champs for 2010. Millard West with a total of 286. Okay. So here's a final look at the standings. Omaha Gross Ralston finishing in 5th. West Side in 4th. Duchesne with 179 in 3rd. Marion in 2nd. And the state champs in 2010, Millard West Wildcats. And now the plunge. And there they go. So congratulations to the Millard West ladies.
They're missing their coach in the water.
He's getting ready. There he goes.
There's the plunge. He probably hadn't been in the water since last year.
Hopefully he's not recording this at home. Well, but he's going to order a copy of our DVD, of course, so he'll hear that.
Well, I know he's a pretty good lifeguard. My wife worked with him at Woods Pool here in Lincoln in college. And, you know, Tracy does a good job with these girls. He's so positive. He's always got energy. And you need a guy like that at 6 in the morning at practice to start your day off right and keep you going every day throughout the season. But what a good team, good parents, and let's do it again next year.
So on the guys' side, the runner-up, the Lincoln East Spartans. And here they come to the awards podium.
Well, Lincoln East has had some tremendous teams over the years. They've got a good group of seniors that they're going to be losing this year, led by Ryan Bubb. You know, you've got Dylan Wolt. You've got Jackson Carter, Alex Payne, Nick Caruso. Guys, I know I forgot somebody. But a good group of seniors, and, you know, it just doesn't get any better. Greg Fleming does a nice job with the boys. That we're really lucky to have teams like this in Nebraska. Ryan Reeker is assistant coach. There's the Spartan parents.
Congratulations to the Spartans. And now for the state champions. Here comes Tom Beck, state championship head coach of Creighton Prep. And not just a state championship this year, but an all-time scoring record. The first team to ever eclipse 400 points, 404 total points. The Creighton Prep Junior Jays.
I just thought they may be about to set another record, Larry. The most number of swimmers on an award stand for a championship team. Unbelievable, the number of guys they brought to this meet. And every one of them is an important part of this team championship, including the ones that practice with them every day but couldn't make it to this meet. This is a team championship.
So the first team, boys or girls, in the history of the state of Nebraska to eclipse 400 points in a state meet. And there they are.
They keep doing this, we got to get a bigger award stand. Singing the school fight song, I think.
Yep.
Join in anytime, Larry.
I'll do it after the meet. So let's take a final look at the team standings on the guys' side. Millard South finishing in 5th, Papillion La Vista in 4th. Southeast was 3rd, East finishing in 2nd, and Omaha Creighton Prep with 404 total points is your state champ. And now they take the plunge, and at the top of your screen, Tom Beck gets rid of the hat, wipes the brow, looks around. He's going to need to get a running start because he's not sure he can make it into the water. And there he goes.
I would say that's an incomplete dive. The only time you see Tom without a hat.
Oh, congratulations to Creighton Prep, the Junior Jays, state champions once again.
There's the parents.
Should mention a 4th consecutive state championship for Creighton Prep.
And I tell you, there's a Creighton Prep alumni out there that are just cheering the Jays on every year. Keep breaking our records, guys. Final sprint to the wall.
Well, it was a terrific afternoon here at the state championships. Just want to remind everybody, if you'd like a DVD of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships, you can log on to netnebraska.org and click the Shop NET tab, or you can give us a call at the number on your screen. That's 800-868-1868. And you can relive all these exciting memories and championships and state championships and records for years to come. NET is Nebraska's home for sports. I also want to make sure we thank the entire Nebraska School Activities Association, their executive director, Dr. Jim Tinnemer, Jennifer Schwartz, who is the meet director, Jim Angeli, who does such a great job with all the media, the Devaney Sports Center, and everyone else associated with the State Swimming and Diving Championships, including our own crew, who spent a long day here and a long day yesterday in setting up, and they just do an outstanding job providing you high school swimming in high definition. You don't get it anywhere else in the country. Truly special here in Nebraska.
Tom, enjoy the moment. It's well deserved.
Well, Matt, thanks so much, and congratulations to all of the athletes who competed in this year's State Swimming and Diving Championships. And now, for Matt Rye, Ray Huppert, and the entire NET Sports production crew, I'm Larry Putney. But before we leave you today, we want to honor a good friend and an important part of the NET Sports team. On September 5th, 1969, a young man named George Osborne started his career at the public television station, then known 40-plus years at NET. He covered politicians, musicians, mimes, actors, poets, and athletes. Lots and lots of athletes.
Get it as he tumbles all the way down into the camera well.
NET currently covers 70 sports remotes in a given year. So if you multiply that by 40, it makes for a lot of baseball, soccer, basketball, swimming, bowling, football, rodeo, wrestling, hockey. You get the idea. George Osborne has been there for all of them. And today, on his last sports remote, we want to bid George a happy retirement with lots of hunting, fishing, and time with his boys. We just hope that George will come back and see us for an occasional remote and maybe, just maybe, even jump behind the camera.
I'm going to call this one right here, right now. It's over, folks. Thank you.